you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, I'm Joe DeCamera. And I'm John Ritchie. We're the guys behind the 94 WIP morning show that plays Philly sports fans turn to every morning. Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers. If it matters in this city, we're talking about it. We bring real opinions, smart analysis, and yeah, some chaos too. From breaking news to big-name guests, it's all here. Whether you're tailgating or stuck in traffic, we've got your Philly sports fix. Follow and listen to the 94 WIP morning show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, and get new episodes every weekday.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives and the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. 0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade. Not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
So much to talk about today. Ellie Hopper just ahead. We'll get the update on human trafficking and specifically talking about children and the search for those kids that we've talked a lot about. Hundreds of thousands of missing children brought into this country, trafficked presumably. So she's obviously an advocate and so we'll get a lot of updates and who else is involved. That's upcoming and a lot going on this Friday. Do you have big plans? I don't know. Peddler's Village sounds nice. By the way, the Philadelphia tree lighting, the Biggity Big celebration, as I say, that's December 4th here in the city of Philadelphia. Is it something that you'll go to this year, or are you now avoiding it? We used to go most years. We would take the boys when they were younger and obviously attend the Mummers Parade before, like now, lately, recent years we host it, but we love we love Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, all the events here. And so, is this something
I do
that
have
you're
Sherelle,
avoiding?
too. You mentioned Sherelle mentioned it and talked about it. Do you want to hear some of Sherelle Parker? All right, here we go.
Celebrations.
The most wonderful time of the year is about to light up our city. And one of those places that will be shining the brightest is right here at City Hall.
The tree traveled nearly 300 miles from a family farm near Buffalo, New York, to the north side of City Hall. Technical crews will spend the next couple of weeks decorating the tree.
There's 6,000 white LED lights, 100.
I mean, it's just beautiful. It's stunningly beautiful. City Hall all decked out. They have that skating rink. It's wonderful. And so for me, I just am wondering, will you come down to the city, maybe check out the shopping, the restaurants? The Macy's is now closed, but obviously Walnut Street, and there's so many wonderful shops. But is that something that you'll do or that you're avoiding? 855-839-1210.
It's a great question because the Christmas Village has been amazing, to be quite honest.
Yes.
It's very busy a lot of times, but the Love Park Christmas Village, it's genuinely a really good time. But there's also been safety questions.
Yes.
Not necessarily during the itself, but overnight with some of the shops being looted and such. So how does it fare this year? It's going to be an interesting thing to follow, Dawn.
I know. Well, remember, wasn't it last year or year before? And unfortunately, they had those kids as young as 14. They got into a brawl, and I think it was a shooting.
Really?
Remember that? It was just, it really marred the holiday shopping, and the Macy's is closed, but they'll still do some of the Dickens Village stuff, by the way, and now it's a condo building in the old
They're still doing it?
Wanamaker. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
They're still doing it.
One of my greatest childhood memories.
Yes. It's wonderful. So I'm glad they're keeping that.
That's a great business. So with Dickens Village kind of on its way out, there's over in Marlton, over on Route 70, was a place called G-Boys. And they used to kind of do the same thing where you could walk through and have like a Christmas experience indoors. And that's such a thing of the past that I think could make some dang good money if you brought it back in 2025. So if you're looking for a business venture, why not give that a try?
That's a good one. That's true.
Find a space, deck it out with a walkthrough of a Christmas kind of themed thing.
I love it. I just looked up a second ago and they were talking about medium prices, and I thought it said Newman Price, and I was like, what? Newman Price is on a network show, but it wasn't. It's kind of funny. Shows you where my head is. Speaking of which, we'll get the update from Ellie Hopper coming up. That's ahead. And Kathy Barnett, she'll check in the next hour.
We do have to hear about a great trip of yours coming up.
Yes, we got to talk about, this is big. This is unbelievable. And I know so many of you, and thank you for already booking the trip. I'm honored to go with you. It's a real highlight of my year. The holidays, I love the holiday season. I love Christmas and, of course, New Year's and hosting the parade, the Mummers Parade with my better half, Larry Menzie. But it's also a working time because we're doing all the Mummers Parade prep and all of that good stuff. So it flies by and it's hectic. This that I'm about to talk about, this is really the highlight of, it has become a highlight for Lair Bear, as I call my husband, and I. And this one, wow, it's amazing. We're talking about a trip courtesy. This is Conservative Tours. Nobody does it better than conservativetours.com. Stunningly beautiful Portugal. I've been dreaming about this. Portugal, Spain. So this is 10 days next spring. Come away with me. We'll escape together. This is escaping to what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, which means the end of the earth. And yes, next spring, early spring, if you've loved our tour events together in Italy for the past few years, or maybe even going back the trips with Dom and back with Zioli, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed now just for you, our listeners here at 1210. Dining at the wineries. And come on, I've posted some of our videos, just the events at the wineries. We end up singing. We have so much fun. We have a blast.
Misspelling eagle.
I know. E-L.
I got to incorporate that into future readings. I know. I don't have it ready now, but man, that's going to be in there, Dawn. I apologize.
I get blackmailed. I don't care. It's so much fun where it's not like we're not talking politics. We're talking travel. We're talking life. We're like-minded perhaps, but we're just friends. That's really what it's about, the camaraderie and the travel. And this is just Conservative Tours outdoing itself, dining at the wineries, like I say, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodations. $57.38. That's the price tag, $57.38, which is incredible because it includes your airfare from Philadelphia. Oh my goodness, Obidos, Fatima, of course, the elegance of Coimbra, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, and the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages brimming with those incredible seafood restaurants. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. I could go on, you know I could. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way, and we will discover together exactly why. Join me for all the history, the cuisine, the camaraderie, the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you at Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com, that's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. you could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Information on some of the 12 people arrested in a Dougherty County sex trafficking operation. WALB has learned one of those arrested is an employee for Phoebe Putney Memorial Hospital. 40-year-old Malcolm Tyrone Jefferson was arrested along with 11 others in a GBI operation called Operation Radiant Shadows. 10 of the 12 people are from South Georgia. WALB has confirmed that Jefferson is a surgeon at Phoebe Putney Memorial Hospital. Jefferson faces 1 count of pandering. WALB reached out to Phoebe Putney for a statement, and they responded, quote, "This is a personal matter unrelated to his employment. Therefore, we have no comment to offer at this time," end quote. For a full list of the identified suspects, visit our website, WALB.com.
So that's just one investigative report. And I've been updating you on this for quite some time, talking about across the nation, whether it's Georgia, Florida, here across our area on the East Coast, Nebraska, New Jersey. These rings busted last summer. Talked about that multi-county operation in Jersey. 8 arrests, rescue of 15 survivors from that sicko trafficking ring, sex trafficking ring, and just the global crackdown that's been happening. And so in a moment, I'll give you that information if you know of something. But it's important to say, and I know that my next guest, who you've gotten to know, is somebody who can tell you this. Wouldn't it be wonderful in a strange way, but wouldn't it be great if we could stereotype, if we could know exactly what a human trafficker looks like, what their profile is. But the problem is they're embedded among us. They are Americans, yes, some of them coming from outside this country, bringing those victims in. But unfortunately, they're all around us in all different professions. That was a story that was profiling, many arrests, including a surgeon, a respected surgeon at a hospital. And so we never know who are these individuals, and we must be diligent. Nobody knows this better than nationally recognized expert in human trafficking, as well as the president of Guard Against Trafficking, which is a nonprofit that she co-founded. Alicia Allie Hopper, Allie Hopper, thank you for joining me this morning once again.
Thank you so much for having me, Dawn. And honestly, the fact that you constantly speak on this issue, I just really appreciate your effort in trying to raise awareness and keep the American people informed on what's going on, because there aren't many people talking about it, but you are always discussing it, educating people, keeping them aware. So thank you for everything that you do as well.
Aw, thanks, Allie. So let's go through it, what you can update us on. And that's just it. It's part of it is educating all of us. From my news background, that's how I learned about it. And I'll be honest, it happened organically in the sense that I spent a lot of time with law enforcement, canine units, and even some volunteer groups that are retired guys and gals who have trained canines who will go out searching. And they would say to me, Dawn, something's going on. These missing teenage kids, boys and girls who they say maybe they ran away from home. We don't think that's the case. And this is going back, as you know, this is not something recent, and it's maybe supersized because of the open borders. But I can't say it enough. I could talk about this every day just to try to educate people to say, be aware of this, and don't think that because somebody is a so-called prominent member of the community that somehow maybe they could not be arrested or be a suspect. That we have to just be open-minded and be well-educated.
Yeah, I mean, you make a very valid point. So unfortunately, I'm in Florida, so I'm calling in from Florida, but there was a case that that made headlines, made news here in a county next to mine, of a sheriff deputy that was arrested for soliciting a minor through Roblox. And it was a 10-year-old girl out of Texas. And in the arrest reports, it's absolutely heartbreaking and disgusting to see what went on and what this deputy allowed and did. And through Roblox, knew it was a minor, knew it was a child, knew everything, and still proceeded to solicit and speak in such graphic, derogatory, explicit terms, exchange photos, videos, and ask for photos and videos back. And it's abhorrent. And you highlight a very important thing, that yes, we love our law enforcement, we love our men and women that protect and serve. But there is no stereotype for a trafficker. There is no stereotype for a recruiter. They can be men, they can be women, they can be all shades of races and ethnicities, backgrounds. They can be American, they can be from a foreign country. It does not discriminate who can be a trafficker, and it does not discriminate on who can be a victim of a trafficker. Men, women, boys, girls. So people need to understand that stereotyping, even when you're walking on the street and just looking for a specific stereotype in your head, they need to understand that that stereotype doesn't exist. And the way that you combat this is through education, awareness, and just being vigilant. When you're walking on the street, don't have your face down in your phone. And you need to be aware of your surroundings. You need to be aware of the men and women that are in your proximity, because this happens across all stereotypes.
Yeah, and I will say that obviously you've been conducting, among other things, testifying before Congress, because we have to educate lawmakers, and you've been updating on your work. You've been conducting these on the ground, research projects across the United States, Mexico, Central, South America. And I would just say, I would ask you this: do you have updates as far as, I just want to revive this issue where we've talked about this, that we now know, and our audience heard details from you, Allie, and that was when we learned that during the past few years, we've had hundreds of thousands of children coming into this, unaccompanied minors coming into this country. We know many of them reached out to a hotline for help, but we don't know where they are. Do you have any updates on that?
Not much, other than I know that there have been children that have been rescued from going back and listening to those calls. There have been sponsors that have been arrested from going back and listening to those calls. There are children that have now been located. So before they were unaccounted for, and now they're going back through, and it doesn't necessarily mean rescue. It means that they have accounted for that child, whether that led to a rescue and removal from the home, or whether they confirmed, okay, this child is still at this address and is with this sponsor, then they are now considered located and accounted for. So they need to go back and verify all of this information. But unfortunately, like I said many times in our conversations, Don, this administration is inundated. They are trying their hardest to get the worst of the worst out of this country. And I mean, there was an operation in Florida, Operation Dirtbag, or it's known as Operation Criminal Return, but they ended up arresting 230 illegal migrants that were involved in sexual assault, sex trafficking, sex battery, all of these things that are going on as a direct result of the open border policies that were under the past administration. Now this administration and all of the state agencies are tasked with trying to manage this issue the best they can. And it's a challenge when you have state and local agencies that are stonewalling ICE, that are stonewalling this administration from trying to do its job, protect its citizens, protect Americans and children. And when you have rogue judges that are trying to stop this administration at every turn, when you have local and state authorities and agencies that are trying to stonewall this administration, it makes it very challenging. But we need the American people to be aware. We need them to be able to secure their own homes, secure their children, make sure that they're safe, make sure that they're aware how to protect their children and themselves, so that law enforcement can do what they need to do and protect society. But at home, we need to be able to protect ourselves.
And we actually have a Florida official talking about just that.
The men and women of Florida law enforcement, thanks to Governor DeSantis' leadership, we've been able to set the tone for the nation of removing the worst of the worst. We've been able to partner in a way that we're able to model for the rest of the country, and I could not be more grateful for the opportunity that we have to stand together as law enforcement to be able to protect the American people. President Trump has made it his mission and allowed the men and women of ICE to go after alien criminals who came across the border due to open border policies. President Trump and Secretary Noem have made it a priority to let the men and women of ICE go out and do their job, to make historic partnerships just like here in the state of Florida and nationwide. And together we have been able to remove, again, over 230 heinous criminals from their communities. Anybody who hurts a child in this country should not be allowed to run free. Somebody who has a lot of young people in their family, I know firsthand it is our job to protect them. When you have President Trump, who's a father and a grandfather, Secretary Noem, who's a grandmother and a mother, knows firsthand what it's like to be able to protect their young people in their communities. And that's what we're able to do every single day.
Yeah, this should not be political. That was Madison Sheehan, Deputy ICE Director in Florida. But I will tell you, Allie, just recently, we had a Bucks County sheriff, yes, a Republican. This should not, you and I have talked about this, this should not be political, but Bucks County Sheriff, Bucks County DA in a Collier County just outside Philadelphia, who were doing incredible work cracking down on different traffickers, different pedophile rings. And as far as the sheriff, it became public that he was working with ICE, just like cooperating. They ran on that. They campaigned against him on that, and he actually is out of a job. And, it just becomes frustrating, I would imagine, for somebody like you over the years. I'm not saying you're political. How do you educate people about this as to why it should not be about a political party or partisan?
It's tough because it's modern day slavery and we are combating true evil. And, it's really tough when people try to make it a partisan issue. It's really not. It's a humanitarian issue. This is to protect men, women, children of all, like I said, races, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, even those that are not supposed to be in this country, that are being exploited and assaulted and brutalized and abused are trying to extend that protection to them as well. And when we have individuals that are trying to protect and shield these criminal, not only illegals, but these bad actors, it makes it very tough to accomplish what we need to accomplish. And my question is why? Mm-hmm. What do you get out of it? Who are you trying to protect? Because I know who I'm trying to protect. Yeah. I know who you, Dawn, are trying to protect, but who are you? Those that are blocking out ICE and prohibiting law enforcement from doing its job. Who are you trying to protect? Mm-hmm. The criminal? That's not a hill I would want to stand on. Yeah. And that's not a legacy that I would want to leave behind.
Yeah. And, we're talking to, and by the way, Allie Hopper, A-Hopper, at the little @ sign, and it's guardagainsttrafficking.org. You can donate. You can get informed. You see the videos, and they've thankfully gone viral, and they're on Insta. You'll see a lot of times a woman or a man too being bumped. You're walking, you're shopping, especially this holiday season. You're at an event, maybe you're at some kind of a game or sporting event, and a young woman bumps against you, and then you see the person turn, and you see the young woman sort of flashing her hand. And the sign for help me, it's like a mayday, that sometimes some of these victims being trafficked, and some of them are kids, some of them are young women or girls, and they're accompanied by, let's say, a male or a female. But instead of being grumpy, and I do this now thanks to what you've told me and thanks to this education, if somebody bumps me in a crowd, I don't think, oh, somebody's being rude. I turn, I look. And I make sure that if that person in any way with their hand movement is trying to signal to me that, hey, I'm in trouble, and they'll try to flash a signal. And I think what is it, a number 4? But even if they're just motioning in some way, go up to that person, run up to that person. Mayday, this may be somebody who's being trafficked. What's your advice to people to educate them on this?
You're exactly right. Again, we need to lift our heads from our phones. We need to pay attention. We need to be aware of our surroundings. We need to go back to looking at people in the eyes, looking at their face when we're talking to them, when we're walking around, and just observing our surroundings. But you're exactly right. When someone bumps into you like that, oh, hey, I'm sorry, excuse me, are you okay? And just observing what the response is. But we get this feedback a lot of, well, I'm not really sure. I don't know if that, points to trafficking, or, if it points to something else. If it points to something that might be going on that does not look right, call 911. No matter what, it is not your job to investigate. It is not your job to figure it out. If you think that something is going on and it doesn't feel right, and it feels like when you look at this person in the eyes that there's something there, your best bet is to just call, make the report, because you could be saving a life. And if it's nothing, then it's nothing. You did your due diligence to make sure that that person was safe and that everything was above board. But we have far too many people that are overthinking this and saying, well, I don't know. And well, they're starting to second guess themselves. That second guess is the difference between life and death for somebody that's in a very difficult, dangerous situation.
And thank you to our executive producer, Dan Borowski, who was just showing some of that video, Allie, of just, people being bumped into and just trying to demonstrate what that would look like. And a young woman with her hand behind her back flashing with her, her fingers or some kind of flashing signal after she would bump into somebody. It's just, something that I think even driving I watch for. If I'm driving and I see a young woman in a car, it's like you're saying, just be aware. And instead of thinking, oh, it's all about me, I'm having a bad day, or somebody's, I'm seeing somebody making a signal to me while they're driving, might be a person in a back seat or what have you. And maybe it's a Mayday signal just to try to reprogram people, especially driving in traffic. You could maybe save a kid from being they've been kidnapped and they're in this slavery, horrifying, unthinkable situation.
Yeah, and we never know. I mean, we never know if it's a sexual assault situation, if it's a kidnapping situation, if it's a domestic abuse situation. It might not even be trafficking. But the fact is that if there's something going on that does not feel right, and it could be something nefarious, make the call. And unfortunately, even the signs sometimes, Dawn, the traffickers have caught on to the signs, so they're very aware if their victims that they have are making hand signals or certain eye signals or blinking too much. So you have to pay attention to everything as a whole, because that is the only way we're going to move the needle, is by protecting our homes, protecting our communities, and being aware, being attentive, and being present in that moment. We cannot allow ourselves to get numb. We cannot allow ourselves to isolate ourselves from the rest of society. We have to be present. We have to be aware.
Your work is so important. You're an angel living on this earth. Allie Hopper, guardagainsttrafficking.org. We hope everybody just continues to follow Allie, support you in every way that you can, because this is you talk about human slavery, like you've said, of our time, and it's something we can all come together. So if you're watching this on YouTube, if you're listening, this is not political. And I want to really, Allie, one of my things that I'm trying to do is to try to separate this out and just say, people wake up. This is not a partisan issue. Everybody can get behind what Allie Hopper is doing to save, like you're saying, maybe domestic violence victims or maybe trafficked kids, whatever's going on here domestically, internationally. Just get behind Allie Hopper and guardagainsttrafficking.org. Really
thank you so much,
you.
Dawn, and thank you for everything that you and your team does. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Hope you have a blessed Friday. Thanks, Allie.
Thank you.
Take care. So it's Alicia Allie Hopper, and it's A Hopper, the little @ guardagainsttrafficking.org. Seriously, I know I have a lot of family members, and I'm from a huge family member, a huge family, a lot of friends who maybe aren't political people, maybe not. This is not about that, who are whatever they vote as. I always say to them, this is something we can unite on. Let's do this. Let's do something. Let's make a difference. And also you feel good about it, right? That you did your part. But I think we're all in our bubble sometimes, a political bubble, or even just in your day-to-day, stressed out. You have so much to do, especially this time of year. But just remember to be aware. And it's great. Linda Kearns and I were talking about this the other day, too, in talking to the kids in your life, the teens and kids and college age. It's a great way to get them involved and to not only make them empathetic to what's going on around them, but also for their own safety, right? Because especially for young women, if you say, just be aware if somebody bumps into you, that it could be somebody who is out with this person who's abusing them in some way. You might be that difference. It's also a way to have the conversation about their own safety. And so it's, I think, a nice bridge to have some tough conversations and talk about a tough topic, right? So proactive, if you will. Well, thanks for your support. I know a lot of you are very supportive of guardagainsttrafficking.org. Allie Hopper, Dan Borowski, you're the best to always keep this alive as well. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to do the reset button at the top. Larry Mency, my better half, my husband, may be calling in.
Oh, great.
It's Friday, so we always say, TGIF. So we'll talk about that. And Dan, I'm talking about, what am I talking about? Piazza. I'm reporting live, as you know, 5 days a week, 30 hours. We're now officially almost in that 30th hour and always reporting live from the Piazza Premium Automobiles studio, PiazzaAutogroup.com studio. So we got to talk about our friends from Piazza. So maybe it's a new or certified luxury vehicle. You want it. Now it's time to go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. And they're always here for you in your unique vehicle search. And that's really throughout the tri-state region. Yeah, the power of Piazza, the Piazza Premium family featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and yes, New Jersey. So find your Alfa Romeo, your Maserati, your Mercedes-Benz, your Porsche. No, David, not you, me, Mom. The kids, you can give them the Honda, okay? And then this is for us. We've earned it, moms and dads, or maybe the grandparents or the aunties or the godparents. I'm talking about your Alfa Romeo, your Maserati, your Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, the Land Rover. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My job's not to get Jack Ciattarelli elected. My job is not to have Dave McCormick win. My job is to get ratings so I get a new contract. My job is to generate revenue so I'm financially irreplaceable. And my job is to give you some entertainment, try to inform you by doing some research, even though I haven't mastered run versus ran. I can't educate you on certain things. True. But by spending some time and doing some research, maybe provide you a factoid that you didn't have the time to look for. That's my job.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Tired of looking at your ugly, old, slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit TrustPJ.com today for your free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No, what are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh, so how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
It's here.
B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here, with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 27th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 Mercedes G550s, each valued at over $170,000. Drawings take place every Saturday, with grand prize drawings on November 29th and December 27th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
A mesothelioma diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com has helped thousands of families find care and get the financial help they deserve.
I was diagnosed with pleural mesothelioma in July of 2019. I connected with asbestos.com. I remember thinking that perhaps we can get some help, that there's money out there. It was the best decision ever. And I ended up with college money for my children.
50% of mesothelioma patients and families in the U.S. turn to us for help each year. For trusted, compassionate support, visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1942. That's 800-681-1942. 800-681-1942.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, lionize fake news. Fake news alert this Friday. It's a Friday fake news alert. So let's get to it, and I'll call out any side if they put out fake news, if they try to put out disinformation, misinformation. But in this one, there have been stories going viral about an Arizona tribal member, an indigenous person identified as Leticia Jacobo, who was apparently picked up by ICE. Apparently, she was being released from a jail or released from something. ICE trying to deport her, but she's not an illegal alien. In fact, the story reads, she's a Native American and indigenous person. Shame on ICE and how they're just rounding up people who might have brown skin or brown eyes or brown hair. And that's the narrative that we're hearing. So if you look at what Dan Borowski is playing right now, and this is on YouTube right now, this is what, Homeland Security?
So this was the initial report by Occupy Democrats that made this story go viral about Jacobo. But then here is the tweet from Homeland Security themselves saying, Dawn, if you want to read that, or I can read that for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
This reads like a fantasy novel because it is one. The individual was never in ICE custody. These lazy, tiresome, played-out lies are both unacceptable and unsurprising. We'd say, quote, do better, but it's obvious that will never happen.
Shame.
Shame.
So that's the so Dan and I immediately, we see something like this and we're fact checking because obviously we want to make sure that that is in fact DHS, Homeland Security, etc. But this is the problem with social media, that people see it and they think, well, this is legit. Look, as if it's a printed whatever, printed press or what have you, even if it were. But you have to do the fact checking. And so that's a real part of the problem here, is that there are people who want to spread the misinformation, the disinformation. And that's why I'm careful with it, because I think there are a lot of well-meaning people who see that going viral. And then they say, oh, well, isn't that terrible? And that poor young lady and her family, this and that and the other, just like, oh, that Maryland dad, he never committed any domestic violence. Never beat his wife who tried to, get rid of him because he was, causing violence. He's just a Maryland father and a good guy. He's not a gangbanger because, I read it online. So we have to look at everything and try to make sure that we sort through what is real, what's being reported. And again, we're just quoting a source that's a government source. And we'll continue to question even the government sources, because that's what we should all be intellectually curious, and we should all always want transparency and accountability, no matter what it is, because these issues should not be political. There it is. All right, let's talk about Pam Bondi, who looked fabulous last night. She was on Hannity. She always looks great with her she's so professional. I love the way she dresses. I do. But she's somebody, as you well know, that she was easily, if you say she was given the stamp of approval, right, by Congress when they go through the process. She was given that stamp of approval. You know why? Because she has a track record, highly respected. But she was on with Hannity last night. And first of all, she was giving us a few updates. The story about Alina Habba, for example, is horrifying. I know I said it at like 6 a.m., Dan, but what do you want to do here? Talk about
let's go to Bonnie talking about Habba here.
Horrible.
The thing is, just take a watch, because to your point, it's become a meme both on the Dawn Show and the Kale Company of just the interruptions that Sean Hannity makes, and she's going strong, and Hannity just has to butt in there and take a listen. Here we go.
We know who did this to Alina Habba. I saw the video. It's
Dano.
chilling.
And so
this guy had a full-size baseball bat pacing. We know who did this to Alina Habba. I saw the video. It's chilling. This guy had a full-size baseball bat pacing like a caged animal in front of her office. Then ultimately he gets up to her office without the bat, but manages to tear apart the front office. And mark my words, he will be in jail and he will be prosecuted. What they've done to Stephen and Katie, we found that person. That person is now charged in the Middle District of Florida. You know, the guy that put the hit on me, they found him. People think that they can be anonymous. They think they can get behind a keyboard.
Oh, it's not easy living. I didn't want to be as specific, but yes, there was a hit put out on you.
Come on, Sean, she was going.
Well, did you guys know there was a hit put out on her?
Really?
Did you guys know? I did. I have to say, in this interruption, I'll give Hannity credit, because I don't think we knew the extent of a hit, an assassination.
Anonymous, they think they can get behind a keyboard.
Oh, it's not easy living. I didn't want to be as specific, but yes, there was a hit put out on you.
I'm going to get the rest of that here in 1 second.
Assassination hit put out on Pam Bondi. Okay, so we had heard rumblings of something, and so obviously it was Hannity had it on background.
Here, I do have the rest of it here.
Okay.
You want the rest of it?
Yeah.
A hit put out on you. You're the Attorney General. You know, I look at all of this, and really, I keep hearing from Democrats, Nazi, fascist, racist, Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini. I talk about it all the time. Is that incitement? Is that dehumanization? Do you believe that impacts unstable people and has a causal effect? I have about 30 seconds.
Yeah, Sean, of course it does. It is freedom of speech, but it does. And in the world in which we live, people have to have more compassion. You know, when conservatives can't walk down the street without getting screamed at, they probably couldn't even define a fascist.
And now the music's
But from the river to the sea.
Come on, man. Come on.
So can I just take 1 second, though, because this infuriates me, because Hannity does do a great thing there in noting, right, that she had this levied against her, but then doesn't give her an opportunity to respond to that. That's just huge, would be great.
Yeah.
It goes on like a tirade for 90 seconds and then says you have 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah. It's not good. Just tighten it up.
Come on, dude.
Come on, guy.
Come
tighten
on,
it up.
Sean.
So the story goes, and we still don't have this individual, to my knowledge, in custody. This person ransacked the New Jersey Federal Prosecutor's Office, Alina Habba, the building and her office. And this is U.S. Attorney Alina Habba. I think, I'll say there, and you heard Bondi saying that she's physically okay, but, reportedly a little bit shaken here. But this guy shows up out there, and he was he got past the front area and was in like an inner waiting room, apparently. And there were people who were able to turn him away because he was demanding a meeting with the U.S. Attorney, Alina Habba. And because they were saying, sir, we can't, she was inside. Hopefully they were saying she's not even here. But in this case, they said this guy just went crazy. And with this baseball bat was just smashing and causing all of this damage. So they did, as you heard Pam Bondi say, they captured it on video. Let me just give you a little media coverage here. CNN, this is unbelievable. CNN's headline, quote, After being denied a meeting with Alina Habba, a person ransacked the New Jersey Federal Prosecutor's Office building. That is classic victim blaming. After being denied
what a
a meeting.
terrible headline.
Okay, first off, after being denied a meeting, well, CNN, let me show up in your building and say, I demand a meeting with, and then fill in the Wolf. I demand a meeting with Wolf Blitzer right now. I want to meet with him. I want to meet with, I'd like Dan Borowski and I, we'd like to go into Ms. Habba's office and have a sit down, and then we put it on camera and, do a big interview, right? But what, are you kidding me? This is a high-level prosecutor who has a very tough, busy schedule. And you're telling me that you're saying after being denied a meeting.
Justify his cause.
Well.
In the headline.
Well, she deserved it. Victim blame. First of all, denied a meeting as if this person did not have a meeting. And you can't.
After being denied a date, a gentleman sexually harasses a female.
Right. And
it's so wrong.
And they didn't.
It's so wrong.
Yeah. And they didn't ransack a office building. That's not what happened. This was specifically, this person got past some security checkpoints, which they shouldn't have. And now they're inside. And this apparently, from what we're reading in the reports, this was a waiting room that was outside of the actual director's meeting, her office, I should say. And so it's not the office building, it's an actual office, and did some damage by, smashing furniture and smashing things and threatening. Wow. CNN, man, they're gonna go the lengths to try to write this in a way to victim blame. Shame on them.
Oh my gosh.
As far as Alina Habba,
That's terrible.
Can you believe it? As far as Ms. Habba, she said in a statement, "I will not be intimidated by radical lunatics for doing my job." So, but no one has been arrested. But apparently this individual was scary, was smashing, furniture, smashing glass, smashing things with this, wielding this baseball bat, etc. Pretty scary. What if that happened in your workplace? And they said, well, you denied this individual a meeting. Thank God they denied the meeting, because I think she would have been smashed, quite frankly. I mean,
It's crazy.
Wow.
What a headline. I love your media breakdowns. Like
you believe it?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Pam Bondi, good for you. And by the way, Ms. Bondi, call her Ms. Bondi. Pam Bondi, by the way, saying also, talking about this level of political violence, this is the weird, and I shouldn't say political violence, it's a form of discrimination too. It's an allowed discrimination, that you're allowed to discriminate people based on whether or not they have an R behind their name, or they're a conservative, or even an independent, or even a Trump supporter. Okay, that's number one. And this is by the far, far left, the progressives. That's number one. Number two, that they're allowed to promote the promotion of violence in the name of, the cause, if you will. And they're allowed to promote violence in the name of the fact that, well, it's against Trump. It's against MAGA. And that's what's happening here. And this goes all the way back to, what year was it when, remember back in the day, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who's now the great governor of Arkansas, but remember when she had the job of Caroline Leavitt, okay, White House press secretary, spokesperson for Trump. And she was with her family at a local little restaurant. It was like Maryland, D.C. area. I think it was Maryland. And remember this? That there were political types, the Maxine Waters types, who were promoting violence against these types of people, even when they're not even in their official capacity. They're with a family member. And we hear this over and over. It's not okay. And especially in wake of Charlie Kirk, especially in wake of, what just happened with Alina Habba. And it just goes on and on. But the left, they think it's okay. And we saw that with Virginia, right? Virginia, it's okay to promote violence against not just a Republican or a candidate, but also their little children, their wife. Wow. It's scary. And I know we've been watching, we announced earlier on Kaling Company, we were talking about this, Dan Borowski, that in fact, Tucker Carlson has been saying that he's going to release all of this information about the wannabe assassin of Trump here in Butler, Pennsylvania, that in fact the FBI lied. They had all this, there was media, social
Tucker
media.
Carlson's producers are allegedly better than the FBI?
Well, I don't know. They did. I will say this.
That's where it comes from, right? I mean, if they're digging up all this stuff.
The FBI did testify that there was some level of, this is Thomas Crooks, the wannabe, now dead, wannabe assassin, who shot. He did not shoot at the now President Trump. He shot Trump. It's just that, thank God, President Trump, and at the time running for, a next term, but
no, he was
thank
never
God
shot, according to the left.
He was shot.
No, he wasn't.
Huh?
According to the people online, like the left, they say that's all fake. He was never.
He was
shot.
shot.
No one died. No, yeah. Yeah, someone died. Someone died.
I know. Corey Comparator.
Yeah.
I wonder how I keep them in my prayers, because that's when, we talk about grief, when the grief hits. And so.
I'm going to steal a word from Greg's document.
Yes.
Despicable.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. But we're supposed to hear at some point today, and I don't know if Tucker Carlson and his team dropped that yet. We'll check during the commercial break. But
I was working on something else.
Oh, what were you working on,
you
Dan
want to see what I was
Borowski?
working on over
Yes.
here? Yeah, youtube.com. At 12:10 for this one. So we're talking about ICE and immigrants and such.
Yeah.
And there's protests out in Portland. I don't know if you saw this, but online leftists are trying to make it as ridiculous as possible in hopes that they can catch on video ICE officers arresting individuals in mascot uniforms or dressed up like frogs or. Well, today, Dawn, they're out there, the protesters, and how are they protesting? If you take a look at our screen, youtube.com/@12WPHT. Yeah, they're going retro.
They're going, okay. Got a lot of pink.
Yeah, they're doing an 80s workout in hopes that ICE creates a scene. Yeah, so.
That's a scene, all right.
It is a scene.
I don't even know how to describe this. Just
please do for our radio audience, yeah.
Okay. So first of all, they're on basically like a construction site area that's like dirt and sand and, temporary fencing. And picture 80s workouts, but not just hottie women in thong kind of things or whatever. These are, maybe they were working out in the, 60s. But yeah, their bodies are talking, but not in the way you'd want to. Whoo.
Oh, man.
So not very, some of them are fit. Okay, but neon colored outfits.
The ones that are fit are questionable, though.
Not matching.
Female?
Yeah, all different genders. Some that we don't want to name.
Newman Price says lots of hot pink and teal.
Thank you.
Yeah,
good one, Newman Price.
Tuna says that seems like a lot of fun. Tuna Fang.
Yeah.
Betty
Some
Rizzo
furries.
says Jane Fonda protest. Is that what we're looking at? Hey, we got David in South Carolina who wants to comment on the ICE situation.
Favorite geologist. These are some rock heads.
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
David.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I think some of those bodies are not talking; they're more stuttering. But you know what I hate about this whole topic?
What?
And we saw it this morning, Dawn, with the cookbook lady. She said, "This is for people like you and me and Dawn and everybody who think immigrants are bad.
Mm-hmm.
They keep trying to conflate immigrant with illegal immigrant.
Yes,
that's not the same thing. But when you can't demonize illegals, you just say, "Oh, they're against immigrants as a whole," and that's not the truth. And I've seen those clips with Caitlin Bennett, where she'll go to one of these protests like this, and she'll go up and say, she'll give a name. This guy, Manuel Rodriguez, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He's convicted of molesting a child. It's good that they got him, right?
Yeah.
And they can't even say that. They can't even acknowledge, okay, you know what? That's a good one. You're right. That's a good one. They can't. They're on the side of the bad people, and I'm glad to be on the side with the good people.
Me too. And the thing about it is that I think some of these individuals who are, and look, if I drove by that, I'd say, look at those, folks. They're having a good time. it's kind of a shame that they're so hateful when you see them interviewed, because they look like they're having some fun. Yeah. Shame. But I think some of these individuals, David, to your point, though, I think they've been lied to. They're getting played.
Absolutely.
Right? They believe, I think a lot of them believe what they're saying. And the ones who know the difference, other than us right here, but you and me and all of us, but you know who knows this? People who, have actually escaped from third world countries and they've come here legally,
Well, Dawn, when people, when you want to believe something and you see a media source that supports it, you'll believe it. They want this to be the truth. They want ICE to be rounding up legal American citizens so they can make us look bad. So when you want to believe it, you will believe it.
Amen. So true.
Hey, before you let David go, can I just say,
David.
behind the scenes, man, there's sometimes where I'll look around at red states and just dream of what Maisie and I could afford if we lived elsewhere. And I went to South Carolina.
You did this yesterday. True story, David.
I did. And on Redfin, there's this house, man, that's like $440,000, but it's like 2,500 square feet, like 5 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, complete, almost brand new construction, beautiful brick outside. And we're not talking like the cheap looking construction. We're talking good construction, South Carolina, $440,000. And when we combine with taxes, David, we're talking only a couple hundred more than I'm paying in Jersey for a beautiful house, man. I envy you, brother.
Then you don't want to know. My house, 2,500, 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, vinyl, not brick, was $300,000. My property taxes actually went down by 2% this last year.
What?
To $1,685, $1,685.
For the year or the month?
What?
Per year.
This we're talking month.
Come on down,
Jersey. I mean,
what are we doing?
Wow.
Yeah, come on down. Bring some cheesesteaks with you.
But that's why, I mean, I hate to say it, but, the last one out of New York and Philadelphia and Jersey turned the lights out. And that's why a ton of people are looking to you, David, and saying, yeah, you're the smart one. Well,
I need y'all as neighbors. Come on down.
I know. We'd have fun. Have some block parties.
Right,
thanks, David.
Take care, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all come back now. I know. One of these days, Greg Stocker's like, going to say, David, stop. You guys, because now that's why with the YouTube feed and so many of you in Florida, Texas, South Carolina, North Carolina, even Georgia. I mean, we have a lot of you who are transplants from this area. And Greg Stocker's like, stop. But one day we're just going to be remote.
It's the
but
thing,
we could do live remotes. That's just it. You know what I mean?
I'm being dead serious. It's David. I don't know how far he is
house.
from Greenville, South Carolina, but we have Odyssey has a cluster of stations. One of the biggest, the voice of the Carolinas.
See,
is an Odyssey station. So they have a hookup for us, Dawn. If we want to, move, be closer to your son, we can both go down there.
Yeah. David,
it's not like there aren't other radio hosts here in Philadelphia who made a living doing remote, broadcasts.
But they're biggity big, Yeah. Fox.
Well, no, I'm not talking.
Stars.
I'm not talking Rich. I'm talking Kansas.
Kansas City. Yeah. Mr. Kansas City himself.
Sorry. Don't mean to throw shots, but I mean, let's do it.
No,
he
he didn't get as big rate.
No, he doesn't get any.
Sometimes you get bigger ratings when you're not, from here, but it works out better on a national scale. That's true.
Yeah.
So it works
Rich
out.
Zeol, he's a local guy. I mean, he comes in studio. I'm not talking that. No, I'm talking moving completely away.
Yes.
Fully away from the area, yeah.
Fully. Well, I don't know if Larry Bear's going to call or not. But
Florence, here I come. Greenville, here I come. You going to North Carolina?
I love North Carolina.
Yeah.
But I love the South, too. And you hear David's, I love the little twang. And they are...
Wait, David's already developing an accent?
No, I mean not my David. I mean David, the geologist, South Carolina.
Yeah.
But no, the only thing is, if you are born and raised on the East Coast, right, Philadelphia, New York, you have a way about you that you're a little more impatient.
Yeah.
I've noticed this with my husband.
That's so true.
Okay. And we're driving and we're in North Carolina visiting our David who's in college there. And he's like, oh my God, people talk slower. They move a little slower. They drive a little slower.
You're not getting through a meal without going for 90 to 2 hours and sitting there waiting for your food for a good 40 minutes.
But then when
so frustrating.
When you get the food, people it's first of all delicious.
And the service is amazing.
Yes.
Yep. So you can't complain because they're just so nice.
And then, true. And then
puff and puff to your loved one.
And what about the portions?
Huge. Amazingly huge, yeah.
Like a portion for one down south. We got to go.
No, I'm not saying to break. I'm saying I'm moving physically.
But the portions, like for one down south, you could feed like a family of 3. Okay. So we will have for sure Kathy Barnett on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Maybe Lair Bear, my better half. But also got to talk about the Chapman family team when we talk about service being number one. So think about this, the perfect season to give your home a little bit of love, maybe a lot of love, especially on the outside. And you've heard me talk for nearly 10 years now how much I adore the Chapman family team. They've done beautiful homes, I've told you. In my home, I trust Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, family owned, serving our community now for 30 years. And they truly, I can vouch for this, they care about every single detail. This November, this month, Chapman giving you even more reason to start that home upgrade, 20% off new siding plus, I'm not done, 20% off plus 24 months, 2 years of interest-free financing. Terms and conditions apply. So whether it's a refresh of your home, just to give it a little curb appeal, a little bump with some new siding, maybe upgrading drafty windows. What about the front door makeover or doors in general, garage doors, or even replacing your roof? Chapman, they make the process so easy, so seamless, and beautiful start to finish. They take the time to listen, explain your options, and then boom, deliver exceptional craftsmanship every single time. That's what I'm talking about with the Chapman difference. 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Quiet conditions remain in the forecast heading into the weekend. Skies become partly sunny today. It'll remain pleasant with less windy conditions, high up around 56. For tonight, a chilly night, partly cloudy, low of around 40 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, partly to mostly cloudy with a high a bit cooler at 52. Then some rain arrives at night.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. This coming holiday season, why throw the same old party for family and friends when you could do something unique and unforgettable? Book a private party at Bob's Little Sport Shop in Glassboro. Whether it's a family gathering or just your crew looking to celebrate in style, Bob's Little Sport Shop offers a one-of-a-kind experience everyone will be talking about. Bob's offers private range access and group packages that fit your budget. No experience? No problem. Don't worry if your crew aren't experienced shooters. Bob's has instructors that are NRA and range safety certified. They can help all your guests have an incredible and unforgettable gathering. Dates are filling up fast this holiday season, so lock in your date now. Just call my friends at Bob's Little Sport Shop to book your unforgettable holiday party today. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises, but no firearms ID card or prior experience is necessary. Visit bobslittlesport.shop.com today. Bob's Little Sport Shop. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sport Shop.
It's Philly sports put to music. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to Cardinal O'Hara High School in Delaware County, November 22nd.
It was a fantastic show. It was a lot of fun.
The mix of the comedy and the singing, you never knew which way they were going to go with it, and it was just entertaining the whole time.
I love the comedy, satiric Philadelphia sports.
All his voices are fabulous.
We were here last year. That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to Cardinal O'Hara High School, November 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Oh!
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to drseusscoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's drseusscoins.com, drseusscoins.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
SEPTA says it will meet today's deadline to inspect the last Silverliner 4 cars, but says service disruptions will continue for weeks. A water main break leaves around 20 people in Northeast Philly without power this morning. We're 2 days away from the primetime showdown. Sunday night at the Link, Eagles versus Lions.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
So we have a lot of news today. Let's real quick here. We're waiting for Kathy Barnett to call in, but let's real quick here talk about Elon Musk. I know that he was interviewed recently. I think this was on Fox with Jesse Waters, but it's okay. It's actually Larry. All right, but let's listen in. Larry can listen to if he's calling in. This is Elon Musk talking about this and talking about still the need for Doge, the NGO fraud, the stolen identities, and massive Social Security fraud. Listen in.
You said the other day you uncovered some evidence that there was massive Social Security fraud and that arrests were imminent. Yes. What can you tell us about that? And what can you tell us about what you've seen politicians do to make massive amounts of money off of the federal government, like Nancy Pelosi? Please.
Yes. So we've encountered, there's really so much fraud. It's deciding what should be prosecuted first, because it's such a long list. You have to actually prioritize the list. We convey the list to the Department of Justice. The DOJ has a process that they go through to review and think about it. The wheels of justice turn slowly. In fact, obviously, I have a maniacal sense of urgency. So to me, when I see that terrible fraud has happened, I'm like, why haven't we arrested someone already? But as the saying goes, the wheels of justice turn slowly but surely. And I think probably the person that stole 400,000 Social Security numbers, at least, maybe more, will be arrested hopefully this week.
Good.
And with respect to the non-governmental organizations, these sort of fake NGOs, I think there needs to be a number of arrests in that regard as well, because these are fake charities where mostly Democrats, I don't want to be clear. There's sometimes a little bit of Republican in there because they sometimes throw the Republicans a bone to say, "Hey, be quiet about this." So that's where you start getting the uniparty thing going on.
So the shame that Elon Musk, the shame of this is there are some good and NGOs that did a good job, and this started during the Reagan administration back in the day. Trump has talked about this. But unfortunately, it became a big ability to launder billions with a B, billions of dollars, and they can't track these things. So we'll watch for that 400,000 stolen Social Security numbers, all of this fraud. And these are things that you don't even see in the headlines that the Trump administration and DOJ continue to work on. So I wanted to give you that heads up. Larry Menti, my better half, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. Yeah, that NGO thing, I was listening. That's a big deal. Do you remember the undercover video of the guy that was leaving? I think it was the Commerce Department, and he said they were throwing money out like they were throwing gold bars off the Titanic and giving them all to NGOs. And the scam was that they then wanted to be hired by those NGOs when they left. So they were actually paying the NGOs millions of dollars to make sure they had a job when they left the Biden administration.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and so think about that. I mean, so it sounds like it was the worst kept secret in D.C. So that's my other question. Who knew about all this? It sounds like everybody kind of knew about it, but maybe to Elon Musk's point, it's the swamp, that there were probably Republicans and Democrats, swampsters, if you will, on both sides, because they had to give the other side just enough to keep everybody quiet, I would imagine.
Right. I heard Elon Musk say that. That was the first time since you played that I ever heard that, because I heard that it was rampant during the end of the Biden administration, that hundreds of millions of dollars were going out the door and to NGOs all around the country and all around the world. And then the expectation was that you then end up getting $1 million job because you gave it to them. Yeah, it is incredible, and it's something that just has to be stopped. I heard you saying that some NGOs are good. Maybe it started out that way, but I think you end them all. Just stop it now.
Yeah.
Because why?
Yeah. Well, and if you want nonprofits, then they can apply for grants and whatnot. By the way, it was Brent Efron, former special advisor at the EPA. So I misspoke. I said the Commerce Department. But let's listen in, because I think you have Zeldin Dombrowski so quick, isn't he, Larry, talking about the gold bars.
It was a couple months ago. There was this video that came out of a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic. Says it multiple times in the video, rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before Inauguration Day. Well, members of Congress were really concerned about that. So as I'm going through the confirmation process, they said, if confirmed, will you commit to making this a top priority to find those gold bars? Came in, I was just confirmed a couple weeks ago. We found them. They were at a bank parked just outside of government. $20 billion was sent there. And a little oversight, 8 entities would be receiving all $20 billion. And they would be distributing all of these funds without EPA knowing everything that we need to do our job to provide accountability to Congress, the media, and to the public.
So, unbelievable. So, Larry, just to give the headline, the highlights, a large private sector financial institution was used as an external financial agent with that regarding the $20 billion. And so I guess this investigation continues. But, if I'm so-called gold bar Bob serving time, you know what I mean? Menendez in New Jersey, I'm thinking, I only had like a handful of gold bars. You know what I'm saying? Not for nothing.
Yeah, but he was on the receiving end of the payoff, and he he was a United States senator with actually some power to do something. These guys are just looking for jobs. Both of them are awful, though. Both of them are evil. It doesn't really matter. But that was standard practice.
Mm-hmm.
That was standard behavior. They didn't even think a thing about it. They were celebrating that they could give all this money because they actually thought they were doing good, when actually they were robbing. They were stealing from the government because, remember, part of it goes to themselves. So it was such a huge scam. Those NGOs are a scam. And I'm sorry, I know you were saying that there's some that do good work. I'm not sure about that anymore. I think it started out that way, but I'm not sure about that anymore. Now it's just a money laundering operation.
Yeah, this is true. Earlier, I had interviewed Dan had set up again Allie Hopper, who's frequent with guarding against trafficking. And you think about her organization, longtime nonprofit. She's testified, as you know, Larry, many times on Capitol Hill about the human trafficking, the trafficking of children, and all of this going on right underneath our noses. And you think about the fact that they're a very lean, mean operation that could use some of that money. So that's,
and on top of that, I mean, Hopper, she testified in front of Congress that these NGOs that Biden had set up to help with trafficking, they were losing money. There was pamphlets strewn across their offices. Hotlines were left unanswered. They weren't even vetting who were there. A very important organization, you would think, would be vetted. But no, not here.
But no.
Wait a second. Is that Dan?
Hey,
Dan, he's
how
back.
You doing, Larry?
He's back. Hey, how are you? Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Finally getting a taste of your life, the father life. And, hopefully my kids end up as good as yours have, sir.
That's wonderful. I really am. It changes your life. You're going to be a whole different person.
Yeah, and I mean they're great.
For the better, by the way.
They're amazing. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Happy to be back. It's really great to be back, and amazing to work with your amazing wife. So thank you for that as well. Well, I don't know what you have to do with that, but
by the way, since you're talking about parenting, can I just bring this around to Melania Trump, because she is signing something? I love Melania. So in this one yesterday, our First Lady and President Trump signing the fostering type executive order, and I had reposted this. The young man, teenager, Terrence K. Williams, who we've talked a lot about. And so he was there, and he had posted, if you told childhood me that one day I'd be standing in the White House, I would not have believed you. Today, and this was yesterday, he posted this with a picture of himself. He said he was invited to witness the executive signing for Fostering the Future, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump's foster care initiative. He grew up in foster care, and obviously his battle with cancer, we've gotten to know him, but he remembered the uncertainty, the instability, the questions, the pain. And then he said, and this, I'm going to get choked up. He said, then I looked around the room and realized how far God has brought me. I didn't become a victim. I became a victor. And he wants to thank President Trump for this incredible invitation and thank our beautiful First Lady, Melania Trump, for being a true champion for foster kids like TJ, and says that Melania Trump has never forgotten about the children like me, and her dedication is real. And he goes on just raving about our First Lady.
It was 2021 when I developed the idea to establish an impactful platform with an important mission to provide individuals from the foster care community the ability to secure an entry-level job position and, in turn, financial independence. Fostering the Future, a Be Best initiative, provides individuals from the foster care community with technology-based scholarships to attend colleges and universities throughout America. Fostering the Future sets these individuals on their career paths, but more significantly, it equips each scholarship recipient with a fundamental foundation of knowledge that will endure throughout their lifetimes.
So beautiful, from our beautiful First Lady and Terrence Williams, putting out From Foster Care to the White House. This is what the American story is all about. Larry, when you look around and you see the media, I don't see a ton of coverage. What an incredible story to tell with the First Lady, and I think the best First Lady ever, and President Trump, with Terrence there just inspiring kids like him and seeing them, really seeing them and say, I see you, and we want to make sure that you as a foster kid, even when you're 18, we want to make sure you have a pathway to the American dream.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, there's so many nice things that are happening at this White House, and truthfully, there's nice things that happen at every White House, but that don't get covered. But it seems more so with this administration, not the lack of coverage, but the amount of nice things they are doing, and it would be great if it got covered because I think the way that Donald Trump is covered, especially in the last few months, not in the beginning, but in the last few months, has been atrocious. So it'd be wonderful if they covered things like that. But I was taken by the fact that you said, I love Melania. If you're going to talk like Trump, you got to say we instead of I. And you do it with a little gravel in your voice. You got to do like, we love, you know what I mean? We love Melania. He always says everything is we. Like everybody in the group, people must be looking at each other going, who's we? We love Melania.
But I was speaking we should, for Halloween, because you're tall, 6'3", and blonde and blue-eyed, and I should put on maybe a wig. I am a loving First Lady. I'm a good, and you could be Trump, and we could have some fun with that. What do you think, Claire Bear?
Yeah, I'm going to probably pass on that, but that sounds like a great idea.
You know what? I've got an idea.
Dan?
What?
How tall is Dan?
6'8".
Dan is 6'8". He's way too tall.
Is he really?
He would have to be Baron. He'd have to go as Baron.
Yes, that's right.
Baron.
Trump.
Oh! I think I have to be like Baron. I just had my first child.
What are you talking about?
Okay. Hey, can I just take one moment though, just to underline, because this proves why I love Trump so much. He's addressing an issue that we don't even recognize here unless you kind of dig a little bit. Because I actually, audience doesn't know this, back in college, I actually interned up at a place where kids would age out of foster care and worked with a lot of these kids. 50% of foster children finish high school, only 50%. 3% of them, former children, obtain a college degree. A lot of them, what happens is when they get out of foster care, they realized that maybe the best way for them to make money, and I hate to say this, I saw it over and over again, was to have children themselves. Yeah. And then they become members of the welfare system. And I think Trump, and what he's doing here, he's addressing this 4D chess style where he's trying to get people, future generations, off welfare and into college, into careers where they can make money, and they don't look at welfare as their best option when they age out of foster care. So great job, Melania. Great job, Donald Trump.
Yes.
Fantastic stuff again.
It is. And you think about it, like I think about Career Wardrobe, who when they started here in Philadelphia, that was about 20 years ago, I think, 18 years ago, and how they've grown. One of the things that Career Wardrobe, among the nonprofits that are here, they try to help the foster kids who are just turning 18, going for these other, dressing for success.
And tying it all together with your conversations on NGOs under the Biden administration. No vetting, nothing. But then, look, we do have nonprofits like the one you're talking about, like the one I worked for, that they are trying to address an issue. And like them, Dawn, the one I worked for, always struggling to find the next paycheck for their great work. So they couldn't get it from the government. Hopefully now they do. Hopefully the NGOs and nonprofits that deserve it actually get money.
Amen.
And the ones that don't get it away.
That's a great point. If there's all this money, why isn't it going to legitimate places, not places that you personally can benefit from? And trust me, all the money that's going to NGOs is so that they can get the money back. Every cent of it is going for self-service, not for the NGOs themselves. But that's a great point. There's all that money there, and there's legitimate charities all around the world, and especially in this country, that can profit from it. And the one you mentioned is a good one.
Larry, I've been saying that one of the highlights of my year is our trip that we've been taking pretty much every year with conservativetours.com. Ken Chase has really Romina Romina, wakey. Are you ready, Lair Bear, for next spring? ConservativeTours.com. Are you ready?
Yeah, are you kidding me?
Wait, does he know the conversation that happened behind the scenes here?
This is Portugal.
With
This is
Stacia
beautiful
and,
Portugal. Shh. This is the Roman Empire called Finisterre. Shh. The end of the earth, Dan Borowski. We're going to call home.
What are you stopping?
Huh?
What are you
on air. I mean, come on.
Nothing. He does.
What are you shushing?
He didn't even know you were back. Okay, he doesn't always listen. So zip it.
You got to ask about this later, Larry. There's something going on behind the scenes in the text messages. All good stuff. I'm not involved, but I've just heard wind of it. And
Stacia might be trying to kind of say that you're busy and maybe it should be like a girls'
you are
trip.
a busy man there, Larry.
Like Stacia and I should go.
You know what? I would not step aside for anybody else in the world but Stacia.
Oh, Saint Stacia.
She's the one person I would step aside.
And it's on the record. He's on air saying that. So
Oh,
Stacia,
boy.
there you go.
Oh, yeah, honest to God, I would definitely do that. She deserves it.
Well, okay. You be you. I'm not giving it up for nothing. Not for nothing. This is my highlight, all right, of my year. And,
I'm not saying you should. You can't.
Okay.
You can't. Hey, Dan, you should see these tours when you make.
Oh my
Dawn
gosh.
is a superstar.
Yeah.
Dawn. It's almost like it's a cult. They all
Stop.
love Dawn.
But we all love the trip.
Dawn.
We're like, look at this hotel. Like, pinch me. Like, OMG.
Standing on tables doing Eagles chants,
Oh, yeah,
spelling them
that
wrong.
too.
Yeah.
Great wine.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to tell
Yeah,
all the secrets, okay, people? We have a lot of fun, maybe a little too much fun. We have a great group. It's growing.
They are fun. You have a fun group.
We
you
do,
have a fun
right?
Group. Right, exactly. They don't care at all about me, but man, they love
That's
Dawn.
not true. That is
That
totally
true.
not true.
That's absolutely true.
And let me tell you, the
That's
breakfast,
absolutely true.
Larry eats oh my gosh, we eat like kings and queens. It's so much fun. I cannot wait. But let's talk about it a little bit. Beautiful Portugal. So we're talking about, by the way, the Belém Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages brimming with seafood restaurants that are just scrumptious. Obido's Fatima, by the way, the elegance of Coimbra. You got to call. This is booking up, already booking up. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com, 5738. 5738. And yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia. We're talking about Portugal is not just the playground for the world's jet set. It is the land of Vasco da Gama, Magellan, and we will learn together how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, oh my gosh, Cascais. I can't wait. Those alone are worth the crossing, but we are also, there's more, going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany. This is Douro Valley, the Douro Valley. Also, Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in a passionate way. We're going to learn why. This is quite the mission. Join me for the history, the cuisine, the camaraderie, the winery. We'll talk about Lair Bear behind his back and unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I will see you at Belém Tower, conservativetours.com. You better call because and Larry can vouch for this. You'll be like texting me, Dawn, we put it off and now Ken Chase says he has a waiting list. This happened 2 years in a row. This happened. Can you please put in a word? And I will, so you can do that. But the problem is if there's a limit. And so I'm just saying, if you're interested, you got to call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. I've just got butterflies in my stomach because it's my favorite thing in the whole wide world, but we got to go. Dom Show is next.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for just $328 a month for 42 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. As you know, Thanksgiving is one of the busiest travel times of the year. If you're hitting the road to see family, make sure your car is road ready for your trip, starting with tires. Right now at United Tire, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. Brakes, oil change, inspections, you name it. Before you hit the highway for your Thanksgiving trip, make sure your car is ready for the ride. So stop by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Debt payments keeping you up at night? Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans. If you owe more than $10,000 in unsecured debt, we can help you settle for less. At JG Wentworth, many clients cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, potentially saving thousands of dollars. Even if your credit is damaged, we can help. And remember, you don't pay us a dime unless we reduce your debt. Call 877-CASH-NOW. The call is free. The consultation is free. And the bigger your debt, the more we can help you save. Act now. If you owe $10,000 or more, call 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Call right now. Your path toward financial freedom starts today with J.G. Wentworth. 877-CASH-NOW. Results vary. Not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees, 43%. 25% after fees. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Hey everyone, good Friday. What a busy week it's been. Welcome into the Dom Show. And some of the things this week, boy, do I have a local story that plays into all these national things around illegal immigration. That is shocking right there in Montgomery County. We have a new mayor out of Central Casting, a zombie socialist. Seems like a nice woman, different than Mondani in Seattle, but immediately telling supermarkets, we will not let you leave. You can't close up unless we close you up. And she says, oh, yeah, we're going to need vast tax revenues. By the way, speaking of taxes, so I don't forget today during the heat of the show, I have a new study out here on the Dom Giordano Show that says the top 1% in Pennsylvania pay 35.09% of the taxes. That is 58,000 households. Wow. In the top 1%, which is, I think, over $1 million combined family income. And that's $26.1 billion paid. I'm sure Mondani and the mayor of Seattle might say that that's not enough. It's never enough. And this woman, I put up on Twitter a picture of her having her mom fill out an employment application with her, and she was about 39 because she had never worked somehow or another, didn't know what this was about. That's the mayor of Seattle. Maybe they've lost their minds more than Mamdani, and she looks out of central casting, the outfit, the hair, the whole thing, but she's not obnoxious. She's a zombie socialist, a whole new class here. But I want to start with the story that's continuing now and give you some updates on this, and we'll try to do that. Affordability is the issue. I'm back from Channel 6 doing my panelist thing once a month on Inside Story, which I love. And Mikey Sherrill, virtually, not there in person, was the featured guest, the newsmaker we reacted to. And, of course, she went down the affordability path and how on day one what she's going to do. The guy that I think has it right, and you're starting to see President Trump come around on this with Vance and Besant, is Vance mainly, publicly, with Hannity last night, some other things saying we got to get a handle on affordability, grocery store bills. We can cite all these areas that are true. What the Trump administration has done with energy is unbelievable, and more to come. What they've done with getting down the housing rate, the mortgage rates. As soon as we get the head of the Fed out of there and get a new guy in that's going to cut, you're going to see progress on that. But the grocery bills, Trump is finally admitting, haltingly, that tariffs have something to do with this. So Secretary Besant has teased out, we're going to be making a deal, removing some of that on coffee, bananas, citrus. I'm not sure what else. So when we start to be able to report that story, will there be outliers? Will there still be other things? I mean, we're dealing with hundreds of products in a grocery store that are still very high, and we'll see how people react to them. But President Trump coming around on this and not saying, hey, it's all a hoax or whatever. It's not a hoax. People care about this. It is an issue, and it's going to continue to be an issue. Now, the issue where we're seeing good things, and I think the Trump administration is winning, is enraging the suburban town of Jenkintown. Now, DJ and Luke played basketball there, real nice league, real nice town. Roe and I have eaten in various restaurants there, shopped there. It's a nice town. And all they did in Jenkintown now, they're being flooded with activists. All they did in their September 29th meeting is to update so that police know exactly their policy on everything. And their policy update instructed the police to notify ICE under certain conditions, including if a person is arrested for a crime and is believed to be in violation of immigration laws. Oh, my goodness. That's not welcoming, Jenkintown. That's what the activists say. Coming into town and saying, how could they be? Now they're backpedaling. The police chief, Chief Thomas Scott, said the illegal immigration policy was just clarifying what the stance is and what our role is in any immigration enforcement, which is we are not involved in any immigration enforcement. But he then did go on to say, if they're wanted for something else, we will contact them. At any level, of anybody, not just people here illegally. But Jenkintown is a tiny place, very nice place. And if you've been, you're thinking, what the heck is going on here? I think it's fairly liberal. I think it used to be Republican. But this is an example of where we are, just a common sense thing this police chief was trying to do. It results in all-out outrage, and these anti-law enforcement people come to town. They're involved in saying that, hey, we're not welcoming people into Jenkintown if we enforce the law. And they're visiting, I think they said 61 or 62 communities, trying to browbeat them into being welcoming towns. Think of Habertown. How welcoming are they if you're a Trump person? But if you're there illegally, we'll take you to dinner. So let's watch for Jenkintown. We'll see if we can get anybody on from there. as just now the epicenter. Of course, over in Bucks County, we know Fred Herron, etc. All this is trying to protect citizens. So these people in Jenkintown now, the mayor seems to be one, who are backpedaling big time on this. They would rather roll the dice that somebody gets out that's here illegally that could have been stopped by ICE and somehow or another commits a heinous crime. Oh, well, we were welcoming. That's what this comes down to. Which side are you going to be on here? Which side are you going to protect citizens with? And maybe the citizens in Jenkintown, they want to be welcoming. They don't care if someone gets killed. Well, they wouldn't say that, but isn't that what it comes down to? Isn't that what it always comes down to? Now, on the Epstein front here with Dom, yesterday we had Ryan McKenzie, who I would say is a conservative, Jeff Van Drew, who's a conservative, and MAGA, very connected to the president. Both say on my show, when the discharge bill comes up this week, and it will, maybe Wednesday, Thursday, they would vote to release all of the Epstein file that's now in the hands of Pam Bondi pretty much. And why not? And I think this is a very positive thing. This is showing people who always say we have these Republicans and we have talk show hosts and everybody else blindly following Trump no matter what he does or what he says. Well, this is an instance that disproves that, in that the MAGA forces and others are among some of the leaders wanting this to be done properly. And they're making the point. The Biden people had this for 4 years. They would have leaked this if Trump is implicated in something here. Also, from the emails we've seen, you could argue, yeah, Trump was fairly tight at one point with Epstein, but there's no indication. In fact, all the reporting in this is opposite that of Trump being involved with these girls. That's what this comes down to. By the way, I mentioned the suburbs there a moment ago. Now, Philadelphia Inquirer's got a big piece today. The collar counties are preparing for tight budgets and tax increases. Again, the suburbs have lost their mind. Why do they have to raise taxes some more in the suburbs? We're going to talk a little bit later in the show. One of our favorites, Kim Ward, who is the president of the Senate, will be with us to break down what happened in this big budget deal. One of the things that happened, though, is they went after cyber charters. Now, cyber charters have gone gangbusters in Pennsylvania since COVID. And since that, and it's a public safety thing. A lot of these kids could even be in the inner city. Their parents don't want them traveling too much to school. It's not safe. Josh Shapiro hates these cyber charters. Matt Bradford out of Montgomery County does. So in this bill, and I'm going to ask her about this, they whacked the cyber charters. Now, you know me. My podcast, New School, Old School, Next School, is all about school choice of any sorts. Charters, cyber charters, vouchers, whatever, so that parents have a choice in order to deal what's happening in these public schools. So they really hammered and restricted cyber charters here. They kind of make them public enemy number one in this bill. We'll ask her about that. One other positive news on, and this really takes a lot to do this, on the immigration, illegal immigration. For the first time in 17 years, more asylum cases are closing than opening. More needs to be done to narrow that gap. In other words, in the Biden years, these people scream asylum, and then they don't have to show up for 10 months, which they never do. The Trump administration has streamlined this, put in tons of judges. I'd put in even more. Get every single case, and in the main, go back to the country of origin. These are not asylum cases. They're economic in almost every case. So what's happening now is we're going to see more and more progress on this. It's a good sign, and it's an underrated sign. By the way, one of our favorite drops that we play is the voice of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted by Stan Borman, who was the I-Team, I think, over at Channel 3 at that point. Well, the Inquirer's got a big piece here in which they say this is the week, this day in history, I think they say in 1980, when Frank Rizzo was confronted by the I-team and offered to fight all of them after he put his dog inside. But they highlight the one line that Rizzo used, "You're a crumb bum." And then when he called Stan Borman a lush. And he said, "I'm not a lush, Your Honor. I know a lush. 40 years as a cop, I know a lush when I see one." We'll play those throughout the show today. Nothing like Frank Rizzo. Picture Frank Rizzo today with Larry Krasner, with social media, with Trump, what it would be like in Philadelphia with a Frank Rizzo. And Frank Rizzo was Trump before Trump. I mean, it's you just cannot recreate the humor, the entertainment, the things he said, what he stood for, the battles that he got into. Locally, it was our era of Trump, I would say. There's nothing like it. You're not going to see anything like that again. All right, now, speaking of Trump, his granddaughter, Kai Trump, yesterday made her debut. She's an amateur in a tournament called Annika with 108 players, so 107 other players. Now, the media can't wait to tell you that she is dead last by 4 shots. She shot at an 83. Windy, Florida, tough course. Not horrible for her, and I think she drives the ball about 260. So what we're looking for today, we're bouncing off this with the side question, and we hope to get some pretty creative outside-the-box ones. We want somebody that you think had to be under tremendous pressure, or you might take like a generic, a husband under pressure. His wife says, "Does this dress make me look fat?" I'm going to take that off the board. Tremendous pressure. The one I'm going to take off to is Sully, the guy who landed the plane on the Hudson River. Oh, maybe I should say the co-pilot. Maybe the co-pilot, because are you going to tell Sully you can't land that plane on the Hudson River? Are you going to nod and say, "Let's do it"? Maybe that guy was under more pressure. Imagine the nerves of steel. Imagine landing that plane on the Hudson, all survived, all got off without a hair. I mean, it is still miraculous. Pressure, though. Deep down, you're saying, we're never going to make it to the airport. He was on trial. You've seen the film. Because of that, why didn't he go to the airport? He knew he wasn't going to make it. He made instantly the right calculation. But to think you can land on the Hudson and somehow or another everybody lives, that's miraculous also. So we're looking for, just as Kai Trump is, under pressure, with the name Trump here, getting into the tournament. She's in there because of her name. She's a decent player. It's a chance to shine. She's only 18 or just turning 18. She's a senior in high school. But the idea that the media, the Golf Channel, was going to this, even though there are pro tournaments going on. I understand why. It's a curiosity. We're looking for somebody under pressure. So I'll ask the guys here. I'll ask John and the other. We'll ask them about that, their answer. Get in, because today we pull it for the winner. Gets that $50 Gallows gift card or Harv's Burger Bar, your choice, thanks to Jim Harvey. We do that later in the show. One other thing I never thought I'd bring up in talk radio. And we're going to see what Tucker Carlson apparently is going to reveal something today about the attempted assassination of President Trump in Pennsylvania. But he is under fire now because he went after Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Bonhoeffer was a Lutheran minister who bravely put his life on the line to try to take out Adolf Hitler, along with others who were executed. Valkyrie's the film. It's a great film if you haven't seen it. And Tucker says, well, how was this guy a religious figure? He was going to violently blow up Adolf Hitler. Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Tucker Carlson and a few others, really. And he's a smart guy, an incredibly smart guy. I've interviewed him, been on his show several times. But this is just disgraceful stuff. His argument is, well, we shouldn't call people Nazis because then we can kill them. Well, that's what Hitler was. He was proud of it. And when they were trying to take him out, he was already doing this stuff. So absolutely, Bonhoeffer. in the news. We'll see what he has today on the assassination, the conspiracy du jour. By the way, one other bright note before we start to take calls, 855-839-1210. Doritos and Cheetos are going to put out another snack brand. They're going to be kind of a pale yellow. In other words, you'll still be able to get the ones that you want that are colored, that are dyed. But they're going to have the undyed one. This due to RFK Jr. Now, this is going to be an interesting test. All these people who say, take all this stuff out of our food, okay, are those products going to sell? We'll see. Because people love these products. And the company said, no, we're giving you a choice. This is exactly what I would want. A product without the artificial flavors and dyes, and one that has them. Perfect solution to this. Let's see what happens. All right, thrilled to be with you today. Great guest coming up. You at 855-839-1210. You can get in. Hit us on the side question. And if you're in Jenkintown or surrounding Jenkintown, what the heck is going on in Jenkintown? They put out a simple directive, you're supposed to cooperate with ICE, and now they're invaded by the welcoming people. You're not welcoming people. I bet they don't have any welcome mats in Jenkintown. Maybe they'll all have to put up signs. Hate has no home here. Illegal immigrants, come on in. All right, this is Dom Giordano on a big Friday show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, good Friday, everyone. The Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. You got the side question. I'll get John and Kirk's in a moment. But you heard me talk there about Tucker Carlson and what was coming down, Bonhoeffer and all. Just wild stuff from this guy. Well, Carlson is out there today. And look, he knows my line, conspiracy for some people's better than sex. In America, it is. Tucker Carlson is telling us that the Crooks guy, the guy that shot and hit President Trump, is actually a right-wing grievance guy. And I don't see how he indicates he would shoot at Trump then, other than he then gets into the notion that somehow or another, well, when you're in that state of mind, God knows what. So it comes down to two things or three things with Tucker Carlson. One, my first reaction with the FBI and what happened with Trump there is the sheer, utter incompetency of the Secret Service. And, yeah, maybe they were not going to provide Trump the same level, you may remember, as they did Dr. Jill Biden. But Carlson is saying not only is that what happened, and this guy was a right-wing grievance conspiracy guy, Crooks, but also Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are covering it up and covered it up. All right, so right away, right out of the box, does that tickle your fancy? That's all this guy does. You heard what I said yesterday. He went after the people trying to kill Hitler and saying, inside Germany, they had a hell of a nerve. You call people Nazis, you can kill them. What? Just think of how much better the world would have been if they succeeded. How many people would have survived? This guy has turned from one of the smartest guys I've seen in TV, et cetera, to a guy who is deranged at this point. And this will set off all kinds of back and forth. Do you think Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are covering up that Crooks was really a right-wing conspiracy guy and somehow or another got mixed up with Trump? Yes, we've been through this how many times? You have people pointing to the roof. You have all that stuff going on. I get that. And again, you saw how screwed up the Secret Service was. It was almost shocking to see how screwed up they were. Where's the evidence they conspired to kill President Trump? And even worse, incompetency, allowing the shooter to be inside that foliage in Florida when President Trump was golfing there for, I guess, 10 to 12 hours somehow or another. He wasn't detected. Do you think Kash Patel and Bongino, what would be their play? Why would they cover this up? Why would they cover this up that this guy really was right-wing and shot President Trump? I think Trump would have blurted this out and said, I even have some people to the far, far right. Somehow or another, he would have brought it up to say, how at risk you are to be president. It's ridiculous, but it gets people intrigued. And that's all any number of influencers are about. And that's what Carlson is, throw in his anti-Semitic stuff. And there you go. Love to hear from you if you still follow Carlson that closely. Now, it's true. It's unsatisfactory as far as the bottom line of getting to the bottom of Crooks. The body cremated. We moved on pretty quick. I agree with all that. That's a mistake, particularly in the conspiracy world. But now this guy, he says he has evidence, was really a right-wing guy and yet shot at Trump. All the people pointing up at the roof. I just told you why. Yes, we know that. We know the incompetency that's there. I mean, are we surprised at incompetency in government? They just go together. All right, one other thing, too. I told you that I was taping Inside Story today, thus the suit. And Mikey Sherrill was the prime interview. It was virtual, though. But this idea that she just goes down Broadway with, affordability, she was always about that relentlessly. You're going to see on day one, she is going to freeze prices, and there's nothing the private industry can do about it. This is that I'm still amazed at what happened here. And the Cettarelli will end up, they're still counting votes, if you can imagine, by over 13 points. It's Jersey. They want to believe certain things that fit their narrative. And I guess Mikey Sherrill fits that. And she is going to be Phil Murphy, only more on top of it, more relentlessly driven. That's what you're going to get out of her. There is no doubt in my mind. All right, hit me on the side question, too. Side question. Hit us with something that is a pressure situation. Maybe somebody famous like Sully deciding what to do. Maybe something more pedestrian where people are under pressure. Kai Trump, as I said, is under a lot of pressure being a Trump. And she, I think in the beginning yesterday, I'm watching her, she just said to herself, no double bogeys, no double bogeys. Just make a bogey or par. Hit the ball pretty well, but she was nervous, round and greens and all that. So she's last by 4 shots. Yeah, true. We'll see if she bounces back today. But having the Trump name, getting into the tournament that way, and then playing with the world's best, golf is a very nerve-wracking sport. More so than you can't hit anybody. You can't run. There's none of that. Now, did you know that Tiger Woods is her advisor, though, because Tiger Woods is dating her mom? Boy, what a strange circumstance. Tiger Woods dating the mom. I'm not sure if they're divorced with Don Jr. or not, and coaching up Kai Trump. Oh, my God. All right, let's start off with Hank in Havertown. And, Hank, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Hank, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. The ones I think that come into play with under pressure are the 9 guys that were trapped out in the Q Creek mine in Somerset back in 2002. They were there for 3 days. They broke into an old mine and everything got flooded. So they were there for 3 days. They had to find some higher ground. They all got soaking wet, and they made a TV movie out of it. Disney did, with Dave Frankel as our director. And I just think that you're underground for 9 days.
Oh, yeah.
You're in a crosscut.
Right.
That's a little higher than where they were when they broke through. But anyhow, it took a while for them to get down there. They drilled the holes, and I have familiarity with it. I met 3 of the miners when I was, I wound up being an extra in the movie. So anyhow,
great. That is a good one. Thank you, Hank. That's a good start. Now, that's pressure. That's the kind of thing we're looking for. How about you, Kirk? Do you have one?
Yes.
What's pressure?
What's pressure?
Yes.
Driving into the center city, Philadelphia, and trying to navigate traffic, getting to the 1210 WPHT studios.
Well, I would concur with that. Finding a parking spot is pressure. Might be double that. Okay.
Exactly right.
John, how about you?
Having to defuse a bomb, I think, is the most high pressure situation.
That's
I can
really,
think of.
yeah. Even with guys who are expert in that. No, not the red. Cut the green.
Exactly
Even
right.
then, they're quirky. People that put together bombs might do stuff to try to dissuade something from the book.
And
All
not
right,
shaky fingers.
That's what we're looking for. It could be a real event like Hank's, or you heard John's, something where pressure is involved, a lot of pressure, just like we're seeing with Kai Trump. You heard mine, Sully. Is it Sully or is it the co-pilot? Suppose the co-pilot said, are you out of your mind? We're not landing on the river. Yes, we are. I'm the captain of this ship. Yeah, going against a guy like this whose reputation was unbelievable. All right, it's 855-839-1210. Then there's Tucker. Now we're told the conspiracy theory du jour after he's not being attacked by demons is that Crooks was actually far right and that he thinks everybody was in on this to kill Trump. Really, incompetency never enters his mind here. See, that's always my first instinct to look at that because, these people are incompetent. They're not that smart. They're not that good. And to pull off a conspiracy takes something a little bit clever. All right. And this guy's right wing and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are covering it up, and so's Trump. Are you buying that? I know it slakes the thirst to hear a good conspiracy theory, but that's where we are. Okay. 855-839-1210 will get you on board. Pressure coming up. Our own John producing in a little bit. We'll talk with him about dating Gen Z women. Gen Z, yeah. Well, he has a story. He was telling us after the show yesterday that I guess is believable, given some of the stuff I told you yesterday about young women telling Gallup about 1/4 of them want to leave the country. Young is defined 15 to 44 is the way they were defining it, want to leave the country. Here is, though, I don't want another conspiracy theorist. Here is Mikey Sherrill doing national interviews. This is Cut 12. Sherrill saying that what she's about and what people got in Jersey, you should be able to work hard and have the opportunity to build a good life. Well, who's been in charge for 25 years in New Jersey? And Jack Ciancarelli's story is the Jersey story. So where does this woman get off? Well, she's riding high now. She won by hook or by crook. Here's Mikey Sherrill.
I saw this exit poll breakdown of exit polling from your race. I thought was very interesting. Voters, New Jersey vote by family income. Making less than $50,000 a year, you won by about 43 points over your opponent. What sense of that do you make?
Well, I ran on both affordability but also opportunity. This idea that, you should have access to a good job. Your kids should have access to a really good education. That in this country, we can provide opportunity to people. And that has been the promise of America for decades. I sometimes traced my own family's history or the opportunity I had in the Navy when they opened up combat on ships and aircraft to women and what a difference that made in my own career and the careers of so many other people. So that idea of having a seat at the table and having the chance to compete on a level playing field is really powerful for working people and something that this country has delivered for, like I said, decades, and something that now we see under this administration really being shut down.
All right. Working the helicopter pilot in there, smart, but when are we going to get to any kind of sense of what happened here in Jersey and move forward with it, to give hope that it cannot be this ridiculous that a woman who's voted against prosperity, voted against affordability, is the champion of that, and that's what they wanted to hear. It is just stunning to me. Hey, I mentioned at the top today, now I want to hear from somebody in the Jenkintown area. Jenkintown in the news. Now, as I understand it, the police chief, and I like Jenkintown, the police chief over there in Jenkintown was just refreshing and tightening up what police procedures are. And one of them was that they would cooperate with ICE in a very limited way, not even like Fred Herron. And now the welcoming committees are swarming Jenkintown. How dare you? The mayor. Mayor, call us. Why won't you work with ICE? Don't you want to protect your people, the mayor of Jenkintown? I'm not going to call you Mr. Lerman. Why are you backpedaling? Your police chief was right. He told them, here, we cooperate to everybody, state, federal, and all that. That's all we're doing. They wrote, if there's a question, they might be here illegally, like they can't speak English. Oh, no, that's profiling. If you can't speak English at all, could it be you're not here legally? Just a thought. So now Jenkintown has to do a mea culpa. They're going to all 61 municipalities in Montgomery County, the welcoming committee. You want to have on your sign, you're now entering Jenkintown, a welcoming community. You don't have that sign there, buddy. You're in big trouble. That means you're not welcoming to people that are here illegally. Oh. And all it was the police chief trying to take the burden off the average cop by telling them what they should do in each and every situation. That's good direction. That's good leadership. Now he's got to say, we didn't mean that. All we mean is we're not going to tell ICE to go to hell. You better tell them to go to hell. You don't want to help ICE. So Mayor of Jenkintown, somebody gets killed because ICE could have taken him out of the country. Your cops are confused. Your citizens are confused there. Are you going to say, but we're welcoming, Dom? We're welcoming. So were the people that let people run amok with Lake and Riley. They were welcoming as they raped her and beat her to death with bricks. Weren't they, Mayor of Jenkintown? Not going to have my guys go and chase them. You can call in and tell us, well, you have it all wrong, Dom. Here's all that we're trying to do. We're trying to be welcoming. I don't think Jenkintown's unwelcoming. The police were not going to go door to door or street to street looking for people here illegally. They were just saying they're going to give ICE notice of this because you have someone dangerous. ICE might have more power to deal with them and get them out of the country. Well, we don't want to do that. That's profiling. No, that's called protecting the citizens of Jenkintown. But maybe the citizens of Jenkintown are one of those towns they don't want to be protected. Maybe it's that. And as a result, we're going to see something bad happen. It always does. And then we're going to say, oh, well, just like Larry Krasner, we had good intentions. All right, let me go to Karen in Tabernacle, New Jersey. Karen is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Karen, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom.
Hi.
I have a question or a comment, I guess, about the Tucker Carlson FBI Secret Service thing. My comment or question is, if the Secret Service really is that incompetent, why did Trump give Sean, and I can't think of his last name, the guy with the sunglasses in that iconic photo from the Secret Service, why did he give him a promotion and make him head of the FBI if they're that incompetent? It doesn't make sense to me.
Wait a minute. It's the people that were in charge then. He wasn't in charge. He was definitely competent. He's the one that shielded Trump versus women who couldn't shield him there, that were out of shape and shouldn't have been there, Karen. So he was not in charge of the FBI, of the Secret Service.
No, I know at that time he wasn't.
Well, he is now. Yeah.
Right. But if Trump really felt that they were that incompetent, why give somebody a promotion? Again, I would think he would fire them all.
But no, Karen, this guy was competent. He's the one that Trump is trusting with his life, and he's the one that jumped into that and protected Trump. But he didn't make the assignments of everything that was going on there in a grand scale. That's where the problem was. So this guy is, from what I can tell, I would trust him without a doubt.
So he wasn't the problem. It was the others.
Yes. Yep. Exactly right. Thank you, Karen. Yeah. Yeah, you trust him with it. That's a great question. Who is it, not just your life, but say Roe and the kids? Who would you trust that they are going to die first before they let a stone unturned? You saw the guy, the woman, first of all, was in charge of the Secret Service, then the guy, both of them, rank incompetence, arrogant up and down the line, more concerned with putting 5'4" women out there who were out of shape to block a 6'3" guy from getting shot. No, the guy that came to the rescue is the guy that Trump has put in charge now. And do I think Patel and Bongino are covering up that this guy was right-wing, et cetera, and that Trump is on board with it? No, I do not. Come on, Tucker Carlson, do better here. All right, get in on the side question, too. Pressure. Think of pressure. We know pressure in sports. There's all kind of pressure. I think the guy under pressure the most may have been the co-pilot when Sully said, I'm landing on the Hudson. Yeah, baby. What are you going to do if you're the co-pilot then? Oh, my God. I'm taking over. You're nuts. You're not landing on the Hudson. Hey, let's talk about Rescue Natural Supplements. Take advantage of huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products, like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being. Put these limited-time deals at res-q.com is the way to go, or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483, or online, res-q.com for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health supplements.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Investors love to celebrate the market hitting record highs, but forget just how fast the market can drop to record lows.
Robert Turpak. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Today, when I look at the stock market, it's doing very well right now, but the stock market always crashes and you lose money. Crash Proof Retirement gives me a wonderful peace of mind. I don't have to worry about the stock market going up and down. In 2025, I was earning 6%. I never lose that 6%. None of the vehicles have any kind of hidden fees or any upfront charges. I've never lost any money. I have positive returns and I have no trouble falling asleep at night.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events at Springfield Country Club, December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief at Amazon or Vitacost.com, CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
Quiet conditions remain in the forecast heading into the weekend. Skies become partly sunny today. It'll remain pleasant with less windy conditions, high up around 56. For tonight, a chilly night, partly cloudy, low of around 40 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, partly to mostly cloudy with a high a bit cooler at 52, then some rain arrives at night.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, if you're going to Target today, they have implemented their new Smile and Wave mandate. If somebody seems manic, they're under the gun there. They have to do it. Pressure. Smile. All right, pressure is the side question today. You heard the Tucker Carlson stuff. On the Epstein front, not anything much that's new overwhelmingly, other than we had not one but 2 congressmen on my show yesterday. Ryan McKenzie said it, and Van Drew, they're going to vote to discharge the whole thing. I am suspect of any congressperson that doesn't vote to put the file out there. Why not? What in the world are we trying to protect here? And again, it helps the Democrats more if some of this stuff comes out piecemeal of how they're going to spin it versus the file being out there. Let's go to Robert, Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hi, Dom. As always, it is good to talk to you, man.
Thank you.
I've been doing a little research on this, and we have a problem in that a lot of younger people aren't able to get homes, and they're not starting families the way they used to. It's a societal, it's a economic problem. And I haven't heard anybody come up with a solution for it. I can't say I ever did myself. I know it's a problem, but how do you deal with it, right? And I'm thinking about this 40, 50-year mortgage thing. Now, some lenders are already using 50-year mortgages, and others are already messing with the idea of going to 50-year mortgages as well. That's because the 30-year mortgage was designed back in the 1930s when people were living shorter lives, and the lenders have been thinking about updating that for a while. I think that it would be very easy to do, very easy. It wouldn't require a law because everything related to this is governed by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Federal Housing Finance Agency, and HUD. So that could all be handled in the executive branch instead of making it happen. And they're not changing anything. They're just giving people permission to do this. I see it as a possible free market solution where when the government tried to fix it in the past, it was a debacle. And I think it would give people to get their foot in the door, and we can get back to them starting families. There's like a convergence of things because he's building up the manufacturing base. You know what I mean? And I mean, what about it worked for Levittown, Dom? Do you remember Levitt?
Well, sure, but those weren't 50-year mortgages.
No, I know, but I mean, we could update that premise today and have a bunch of Levittown type neighborhoods, starter homes, whatever you want to call it. And you yourself complained about the value of homes in Levittown today, so it shows that those were not a failure, right?
Oh no, they're not. And look, I'm on board, and Van Drew said this yesterday, Robert, too, about cutting the red tape, the regulations, getting builders together, incentives for homes that are not as costly, might be smaller, to get them into a home. But I just think part of it is getting into the home, but a sense that you're owning it, you're moving toward that. With 50 years, I don't get the sense that it's more like you're leasing it to me.
Well, it could. You would have to change like things like mortgage insurance and stuff like that. But you can introduce new ideas, Dom. How about multi-generational mortgages? You know what I mean? You have a suitable benefactor when you die, take over that mortgage and keep it in the family. I'm not saying it's a panacea, and I think that Gary and Leslie have a lot of good information on this as far as the downside of it goes. But I think that we should think about giving it a shot, just try it, because I don't see any other options as far as saving the American dream, and we're losing it, Tom. Young kids are so disillusioned today, and if we don't do something about this housing problem, these young people are going to be pulled towards the Socialist Party.
Well, that's happening. I would agree with you on that. Robert, what's your side today?
I'm going to go funny, Dom. It's kind of along the lines of undoing the bomb, as John said, which I thought was a good answer.
Yeah.
I know you hate sweatpants, Dom, but I wear them a lot.
Oh, God.
Okay?
I'm itching. Oh, it burns. It burns.
So you run into the bathroom because you have to go to the bathroom real bad, and you pull that string, and instead of untying it, knots up on you.
That's going to be hard to beat. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, if I ever wear a sweatsuit to a 1210 event, it will be the gangland style, the South Philly velour.
You
or
want to be
whatever
able to show your face again.
Yeah, no, I'm not wearing. Well, we might be announcing on Monday the next Politics and Pints, a big one. I wouldn't wear it to this show, though. No. By the way, Target says if you're within 4 feet of a customer, in addition to the smile and wave, you have to say, "Can I help you? Can I assist you?" 4 feet. If you're beyond that, you don't have to say it. That's a pretty good rule. You don't have to be within 2 feet. 4 feet. That's think of a 4-foot range. If you're at Target, someone's going to say, "Can I help?" Isn't that the main thing people just want to a store? You can't find anybody to help you. Even, sadly, where I go, the Giant, we're thinking about not going, in Flowertown, they make the guys that do the seafood stock the shelves. And half the time they're out in the back getting something or whatever, and there's nobody at the seafood. Acme has somebody at the seafood thing. It's a simple thing. Do you sell enough seafood? You ought to have a guy or a woman there. Most times they do not.
You ever been to Hy-Vee?
I don't even know what that means.
Hy-Vee is the Giant of the Midwest.
Okay.
I was there all summer.
Yeah.
Hy-Vee trumps Acme and
Right.
Giant any day of the week.
What, for service?
For service, for what they got for like pre-made food. Like I would get their meatloaf like once a week. It was amazing.
Oh, meatloaf from a supermarket.
It was
I don't know about that.
Don't knock it.
I'm with you,
Try it.
Tom.
All right. This guy is spreading some communist propaganda again here. All right. Coming up, though, John's experience with, here's pressure. Getting a date with a woman, and if we have women in Gen Z that can respond, is difficult. All right, you come on too strong, you got a lawsuit on you, he says. But we're going to talk about, I can't imagine having to use a dating app. It's always like walking around without cash and wearing sweatpants.
Exactly right.
These things, Robert, don't show up in sweatpants at our next event out there, please. All right, so big 1 o'clock hour, get in on the side. These are really entertaining. That was good. It could be somebody who faced pressure or a situation where you think there's a lot of pressure. Like, honey, do I look fat in this? All right, yeah, it's...
Surprised Robert didn't mention anything about that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, the sweatpants nodding up. 855-839-1210. You get on board. We're coming to you next. Big 1 o'clock hour.
Experience class.
I've got you.
Escape the ordinary.
Under my skin.
And let the music play.
But each time.
Sid Mark, Sundays 11 till 1. Presented by the Crash Proof Retirement Show. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Just in time for Thanksgiving, the Sit in Style sale is underway at Bucks County Estate Traders. Purchase a set of dining chairs and have them beautifully reupholstered for just $50 per chair, plus materials. Choose from hundreds of high-quality fabrics and let our in-house experts refresh your dining space with custom upholstery that fits your home's unique style. Bring new life to your dining room this holiday season. But hurry, the offer ends November 20th. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the Hatfield showroom today.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. So a guy that I think most listeners, 90%, 95%, he's avuncular. He's funny as hell. Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana was just on CNN and saying that, you know, the Trump administration needs to address the Jeffrey Epstein thing to the American people's satisfaction or will not go away. And I think that's the case. And a way to do that is to, now, whether a judge or judges are going to allow some of the information to come out, open question. But I was surprised yesterday. I don't know about you. Jeff Andrew, I knew, was on board with releasing this before. Remember, we had him on. He was one of only 2 or 3 that voted with Massey to do that. But Ryan McKenzie was kind of surprising, and he said, like, yeah, I'm going to vote to release the entire file. We try to do it this way through this. Democrats releasing in that manner. That's difficult. Who's not on board with that? 855-839-1210. This has to be put to bed. And just saying it's a hoax, what about Bill Clinton and all? Okay. All right, yeah, you can say that and say we're going to release these emails, release the material with Epstein. This guy in death has almost as much power, whatever power he had during life. It's endless. It just never stops. And the release of the emails is not caving into the Democrats. I think a lot of the MAGA base agree. They see what happened to these young women. They want this released, and then we move on. And so far, that I can tell, what's the downside for President Trump here? Does he come off looking great in this? No. Does he come across doing something criminal or anything like that? No, there's none of that there. He's been exonerated by the major woman who committed suicide who's in question. So what in the world, and the pressure this puts on people like Pam Bondi and all, is going to go before the House again. Here we go again. Is just unfair. All right, and if you're joining us, Tucker Carlson, and you heard my opener, and yesterday we kind of alluded to it. Today, gives up information. He says that the shooter, Crooks, the guy who shot and hit President Trump in Pennsylvania, the first assassination attempt, was really a right-wing guy, extreme right-wing, delusional, how he got in his mind to shoot at Trump. And Kash Patel and Bongino covering it up. It's just preposterous. But this stuff is an entire industry. It affects people. They love conspiracies. Just love it. And we've been through why. The Kennedy conspiracy is the granddaddy that fueled a lot of this. I'm also watching, we're trying to get on, the socialist Katie Wilson, the new mayor of Seattle. And this woman is not as annoying in one way as Mondami, but she is zombie-like. And Seattle is already incredibly high-taxed, incredible stuff going on. And yet she's proposing affordability by even more of that. I mentioned at the top of the show today, too, a study out today says in Pennsylvania, just take the top 1%, pay 35.09% of taxation in Pennsylvania. It's about 58,000 households that make up that top 1% in earnings. How much more do you want? But the answer is there's no number. I don't know if we have people with living memory of what the tax structure used to be. I'd have to Google the exact figure. But at one point in time, in certain brackets, I think the government was taking 80% of your paycheck or your earnings. Think about that. I mean, that's where they'd want to go or beyond. They tried to figure out some way to shield themselves if they could, but that's where they would go. Now, she still lives off her parents' money. She didn't know how to fill out a job application. There's all kinds of pictures of mama helping her. She apparently didn't work until her late 30s. And yet Seattle elected her. Now, Robert made a good point at the end. Are these just little pockets? Well, so far they are. But you're going to see more and more and more of this unless we push back, not only by pointing out how ruined this is, and we'll see that, but also by offering solutions here with the first home and the stuff that we talked about. So 855-839-1210. I'll say this, the footage I've seen of the Seattle mayor, she's not as in your face as Mondami, but she's even more zombie-like. And these people, again, are fired up. It's like they discovered something new. That's the first thing. And what does it come back to? Schools. What are they teaching about socialism? What are they teaching about capitalism? How is this being approached? How much ignorance is there? I'm not even talking colleges. Now, I've been working with young Republicans, and we were going to do it, but it's just not enough time to set up a debate, on the road thing. The first one would be at Penn, probably in January. And with Mondami winning, and by that point, well, I've seen some of what he does. There's a couple of guys in the Pennsylvania House who are like Mondami Jr. They're not mayors yet, but they say the same things. One of them even kind of vaguely looks like him. That would be the first debate. Now, my motto, once I start talking, I'm not going to shut up until I feel like shutting up. I don't care how much you scream. I'm still going to just talk. We'll see if this comes off at Penn. We're working on it. And I'll invite you if it comes. I think it will be. But the new mayor is still financially supported by the parents. Just like Mondami's a trust fund baby. How can you ignore this? The same way in Jersey that people in Jersey voting ignored Mikey Sherrill. Same thing, same background. They ignore she and the husband $7 million in value now through the stock market while she's in Congress. They see what they want to see. So there are going to be pockets, Seattle, New York, Jersey, where you're going to see some of this. But are we going to see it move in other places. That's what the fear is. You know, there will be some places you're never going to see socialism. I don't see in Texas, but there might be some places in Texas even. People think it's a new idea. And we go through this cycle every 5 to 8 years where it comes up again, and people go, wow, yeah, let's just tax those people more. They'll be better for me. That's not fair. I'm also waiting from a response, someone in Jenkintown area. Can you imagine the police chief just tells them, hey, cooperate with ICE in this manner, just so you know. He was refreshing the rule book for cops. And now all hell breaks loose. And this mayor in Jenkintown, oh, no, we're not going to help ICE at all. We are not going to do anything with them. This is the insanity that we're involved in. And this isn't even what Fred Herron was doing over in Bucks. This is just the courtesy of working with your federal and state partners. So I'll be watching. We'll see if somebody, that could have been in the clutches of ICE gets released, as always happens, and they murder somebody. Just like Krasner, it's the same thing. So what's the response of the people that favor that? Their response is to ignore it. They're ignorant. Miss Scott's family, they buried her publicly and all that. They have nothing but good things to say about Larry Krasner. What are you going to do? The family won't even say anything. Are they living under a row? You can't criticize the family. Well, in this instance, it's very public. You mean to say your daughter is killed in the manner that she was with a guy that was out because of Krasner and what he's doing, and you praise Larry Krasner? It's fatiguing at times to see this. But we have the answer. The American dream. It's just tweaking it to restore that. All right, let's see. Cam and Yardley's next. And Cam's with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Cam, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom, and happy almost weekend.
Well, thank you, Cam.
So mine is the opposite of the great Robert from Ben Salem's. Mine's very serious.
Okay.
And I think the group under the most pressure were the passengers on Flight 97. Not only were they hijacked, which is stressful enough, but they knew their fate. They knew what was coming, and instead of laying down and giving up, they chose to fight back. I can't imagine the pressure.
I went to New York and honored two of the leaders' families right there at Ground Zero. I think it was like a week or 10 days after it, with a motorcycle group, Cam, of hundreds. And the thing I said, they could have kidded themselves into saying, well, this is just a hijack and whatever. To your point, they didn't kid themselves. They took action and they stopped something even worse. They are beyond heroes. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And also they gave us, what was it? Let's roll. Imagine pushing that these guys were like rugby players.
Yep.
Yeah. that beverage cart coming at you. Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. That's a great one.
Thanks, Tom.
I got to file that way as a potential winner. But the pressure was not kidding yourself. They could have kidded themselves and said, it's a hijacking. Let's play ball here, and see what happens. Nope. They didn't lie to themselves. And they saved other American lives and tragedies around that. So, that is a real good one. So it could be funny, could be serious. I'm still thinking of that co-pilot with Sully. All right, coming up, more of your calls, and I'll let John tell his story a little bit. Is there pressure in dating Gen Z women? Wait until you hear what one gave him, I guess, sort of a passive ultimatum on the first date. And what would you do, every guy out there? I think women, too. Women would say, where's that woman? I want to get at her. I just can't wait to get at her. All right, and I also saw Mikey Sherrill today. You'll see it on Sunday, 11:30. Matt O'Donnell's great guy on Channel 6, did a really good interview with her. But my God, you just need to follow up like 50 times to pin her down. Really still pitching the idea on day one. We're going to have price controls in Jersey and everything's going to be fine. She's just going to say, that's it. Prices are frozen. Based on what? Well, retribution will bring the full power of the state on you. Then she'll go out and kill some more whales, I guess. Will she try to revive wind? As long as Trump is in there, they're not going to get the wind stuff going. But after that, who knows? They'll go for it again. That's what they believe in. They want more windmills. 855-839-1210.
Listen up, folks. At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall and find yourself that new or certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are here to assist you in your unique vehicle search. The Piazza Premium family featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in, everyone. side question, pressure today. That's what we're looking for. Hunter Biden, a guy who he's in my top 3 of figures that I despise because he is the face of privilege, white privilege, in an extraordinary way. Here's Hunter Biden, though, claiming he's out there again, another big podcast, another big interview, that the Charlie Kirk assassination only served MAGA. That's all that MAGA wants, is to wrap themselves in this. Here's Hunter Biden.
I've never really seen a figure like Charlie Kirk be assassinated pretty much purely because of their beliefs.
Well, wait a second. Okay, let's just step back for a second there. Do you know that that's the case?
No.
Okay, and you know, but here's a really important thing. That is the narrative that is being spun by the right.
I can't think of another one.
Yeah, okay. Well, here I can think of another one. I can think of another one that this kid, if it was this kid, was a graper. And he is a Nick Fuentes acolyte. And Nick Fuentes believes, and the Groypers believe, basically, that everything is a joke and that it should all be chaos. A pox on all their house. They want to create chaos. And so it didn't matter whether you shot Charlie Kirk or whether you shot the Charlie Kirk's equivalent on the left. And I don't know who that would be.
Probably someone like Hassan Pico.
Yeah. So so there's an answer. He wasn't necessarily shot for his beliefs. He was shot because he was one of the loudest people speaking out there. And so that's my point. I don't know whether Charlie Kirk was shot because of what he believed or whether he was shot by a disaffected white male.
Okay. Here we go again. This is the same tactic we talked about yesterday. Josh Shapiro going off J.D. Vance, trying to take away his story, Hillbilly Elegy. Hunter Biden, P-Brain here, trying to tell us that this was just some disaffected, rageaholic white male, not political violence that we've seen time and time and time again against figures that are conservative on the right. That's where the violence is coming from. Now they want to tell us, no, it's just people that are enraged. Sometimes that could be the case. I don't think it's the case in this with Charlie Kirk. I don't think it's the case in any number of these things. Meanwhile, we have Tucker Carlson telling us the FBI is covering up that Crooks was a right-wing guy, the guy that shot President Trump. This is stuff that is out of control. It's just conspiracy-oriented. It's clickbait. It's things associated with that. Hunter Biden is just a guy who has no sense of anything other than being cushioned by his daddy and business interest and corruption and crack and the wife of his brother and God knows what else. But he gets an audience. He's out there, and this is the latest kind of spin on it. All right, J.D. Vance on Hannity last night talked about there are 2 tracks here, as far as I see it, that we're going to be looking at on affordability. Track 1 is the grocery store. Now, Ro and I shop on Saturday, so I'm even more acutely aware of this. You might shop on Saturday, too. The other are young people who can't see a path forward to getting a family and home. Vance talked about one of the problems here. Now, I wouldn't just stick on this. I'm not saying this is the only thing, but there's got to be a quick conversation about opening up lower cost housing, not grandiose housing, so that more people can get that first home. But he did make a point with Hannity last night, and that is the point about people that are here illegally. This is cut 14. Here's Vance.
Obviously, the economy is always front and center for most Americans. I would argue that foundationally, everything's set. Trillions of dollars of committed monies for manufacturing, largest tax cuts in history. It took quite a while, over a year and a half, for the Reagan tax cuts to kick in.
That's right.
Ended up with 21 million new jobs, longest period peacetime economic growth. President Trump now has given us the largest tax cut in history. No tax, tips, Social Security, overtime. Then you add the energy component. So for people now that maybe are still suffering from the Biden-Harris economic hangover. When do we really see the engine of the economy start to take off?
Well, some of it's already started, Sean, but some of it is going to take a long time because we inherited a disaster. We inherited the highest peacetime debt and deficits in the history of the United States of America. We inherited the worst inflation crisis in at least the last 40 years, and I think probably longer. So a lot of Americans, when we took over, they were struggling. They either were underemployed or they didn't have a job altogether. Their wages had been stagnant. And the President of the United States said the most important thing that we have to fix is for people to be able to live a good life. We need a good job to pay good wages. We need people to be able to go to the grocery store and actually buy what they need for their family. That takes a little bit of time. And I know that there are a lot of people out there, Sean, who are saying things are expensive. And we have to remember they're expensive because we inherited this terrible inflation crisis from the Biden administration. But you've already seen signs that things are getting better. The price of eggs has gone way down. The price of energy has gone way down. The price of gasoline has gone way down. And as we know, when the price of energy goes down, that starts to filter out into the entire economy, but that also takes a little bit of time. There's another component of this, Sean, which to me is maybe the most important because I care so much about our young people being able to afford a good life. A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with, even for the population that we had. So what we're doing is trying to make it easier to build houses, trying to make it easier to build factories and things like that so that people have good jobs. We're also getting all of those illegal aliens out of our country, and you're already seeing it start to pay some dividends. Let me give you a very
okay, there you go, John. All right, so Vance on that. I think acknowledging some of the others. So we got two tracks here. We got one, the garden variety, middle class America, grocery store prices, everything else. You have younger people looking at this in a dawning way, affordability. Mikey Sherrill, Mondani tapped into this. They've been saying it constantly, although they're the problem creating a lot of it. I know that's something we have to overcome. But at least they're saying it again and again and again. And the president slowly but surely is coming around to acknowledge this. And Vance is doing a good job with it. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom.
Afternoon.
Dom, if there's anybody in this world that knows everything is a joke, it's Hunter Biden. So that reply just dimed him. He dimed himself right out with that. But what I wanted to talk to you before my side question was, I was against this 50-year mortgage because every time things get tough, there comes out more and more creative ways of the banking to sell their loans, and it always ends up in trouble. Like the crash in 2008, you had no document loans, you had 115% financing. But Robert gave me something to think about. Bring out this loan, bring it out. Because then we could say, if this climate is so bad and things are so dire with global warming or whatever you want to call it, why would the banks give out 50-year loans? So bring them on. I'm all for it at this point. I want to thank Robert for that.
He's a persuasive guy. I'm still not, Joe. To me, this is like you're leasing, whatever. I mean, you look it up, see what equity you have. Even after 20 years, you don't have huge amount of equity, Yeah,
but I'm trying to pick and choose my battles. I mean, these kids, I see it day in and day out. These kids today, they don't know how to save. They don't have money for a down payment. Those 110, 115% finance loans were ridiculous. I saw people, the bank's on the hook for everything. The home buyer's on the hook for nothing. I've seen people pay off credit card debt, $5,000, $8,000 with that extra 15%. That's not the way things were formulated to be. But my battle I'm choosing is, if people think this world's going to hell in climate,
right?
Why would the Obamas buy beachfront property? Why would the banks give out 50-year loans? Let's tackle that one. Let's throw that one.
This is the debate goes on this because I'm all about this. It's home ownership. It's a prime thing. And you're right. In 28, we went overboard with it. We're giving people who had no equity, nothing to get into homes. Joe, what's your side today?
My side, was I could not imagine being the surgeon who got the call that the leader of the free world is coming in,
right?
And he is not in good shape, and that's the day Ronald Reagan was shot. I can't imagine that guy working on that, that surgeon working on that, and just saying this is just another body. I'm at stake here.
Right. When they got the call for Kennedy, I think it was so far gone, there's not pressure. It's gone. But with Reagan, it looks pretty decent, but his age and everything else, and it was touch and go. Yeah.
Very, very touch and go. And I think that's what, we have a serious person of interest coming in, and he's not in good shape. That's pressure to me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe. All right. Have a nice weekend. Coming up, I'll finally get to the story from John, but we'll continue taking your calls. We want to get a winner here soon at 2 o'clock. We'll talk with the president of the Senate, Kim Ward. There's a lot more to what happened in Pennsylvania as far as getting this final signature. We're moving forward, even though SEPTA is not moving forward. And a couple of other things. The Tucker Carlson thing, though, is so disturbing. We already have enough problems with this. I'm supposed to believe Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, are going to cover up what they know about crooks, and that President Trump is okay with that. Doesn't want that to be out there. For what reason? What's the rationale? I'm still waiting on a call from Jenkintown. Nice spot, a lot of nice restaurants, shopping, Old York Road. We played in the basketball league. They just say, hey, here's how you help ICE. If you have someone you think is here illegally and they're committing a crime, here's how you can contact ICE. That's all the police chief did. Wasn't even a Fred Herron doing it. And bang, they come out of the woodwork. How dare you, Jenkintown? You're going to get your mind right now. Well, I'd love to broadcast from over there in the middle of Montgomery County. It's insanity. Can I hear them? Are they erecting hate has no home here signs in Jenkintown now? 855-839-1210. Grab a line. Hey, it's so important to make sure that our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water, and they will put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail, they are fantastic. The water tests, when they show you the impurities coming out of that water, our guy Dwayne, every time, they're proud that they are actually giving you pure, clean drinking water. So contact Martin Water Conditioning. It's easy to do. Go to martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you, 800-887-7555.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
or visit us at callemmons.com.
CallEmmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Let's fall in love again with old Europe. This time, we're discovering Europe's best-kept secret, stunningly beautiful Portugal. What the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we're calling home for 10 days next spring. And if you've loved our tour events in Italy, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed just for our listeners at 1210. Dining at wineries that rival the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfamas, cobblestone passages brimming with seafood restaurants. Call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Join me for the history, cuisine, and unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you in Bellum Tower. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
SEPTA says it will meet today's deadline to inspect the last Silverliner 4 cars, but says service disruptions will continue for weeks. A water main break leaves around 20 people in Northeast Philly without power this morning. We're 2 days away from the primetime showdown. Sunday night at the Link, Eagles versus Lions.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, good Friday, everyone. Dom Giordano show. So yesterday we were talking about this Gallup poll that indicates, say, 20 to 25% of young women, inordinately high, not just random, say, yeah, they want to leave the country. They're out. They're over with America. Not enough abortions, not enough rationality, I guess, for them. And I'm talking to producer John, who's sitting in for Henry after the show, about the perils of dating women of exactly what we're talking about, roughly Generation Z. So, John, you go on this one date. It's the first date, and you had a visible cross on
Yes.
you. Yes?
Before we get into
Yeah.
this story, though, I need
Yeah.
to mention, I know she's listening right now.
Right.
I have an awesome girlfriend. She is Gen Z. So there are Gen Z women out there for you guys. You just have to look for them. And it's hard, but they're there. There are good ones out there. But I was on a first date my senior year at Penn State.
Right.
And I met this girl on a dating app, which I know that you can't even fathom.
No, exactly right. Yes.
So we met up at my favorite bar. I go there all the time. They have
Right.
cheap drinks, great food, love it there. And we're there, and I ordered a beer, she ordered whatever sugary Truly drink or whatever. I don't remember.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It's not important. And we're there, we're talking for like 5-10 minutes. And then she notices my cross, and she's like, "Oh, are you Christian?" I said, "Yeah,
Yes.
I'm Catholic." And she goes, "Oh." And I'm like, "What is that supposed to mean? What do you mean by
Right.
that?" She's like, and I cannot believe that she said this. You couldn't believe that she said this yesterday. She goes, "Would you be willing to convert?"
So she's thinking marriage already or something
Wow.
serious here, and that's why she's wanting you to convert.
I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, no. So I got up, I threw $10 on the table, and I walked out.
Smart move.
Well, you said 20 yesterday.
Well,
Not that I 10 is fine.
10 is fine.
I commend you with 10 because you didn't do anything. I wouldn't have put 20 down. All right. So the difficulty, you said you use dating apps because trying to date Gen Z women in general might be touchy.
So it's weird. Gen Z women, not all of them, but it's just a big TikTok thing. This is why you should stay off of TikTok because it's ruining your brain. It's warping your perception of everything. But
Amen to that.
Yeah. There's a thing where it's like girls want guys to come up to them at the bar. Guys are no longer doing that because women are afraid of the creeps that are coming up to them. And there are creeps out there. Let's not lie and say there aren't weird guys coming up to girls and being odd. But girls, it's a whole touch and go thing where you have to kind of assert the fact that, hey, I'm not going to kill you.
Right.
You know? Serious? I'm not kidding.
All right.
And so dating apps is it's a little bit easier to get to know somebody, make them feel a little bit more comfortable, but I do wish that more people would do the whole in-person thing.
I agree with you 100% on that.
I'm old-fashioned like you and Kirk, Dom.
Okay. Yeah. Glad you second that, Kirk. This is all right. So imagine the line is, would you convert? Like, what a random, crazy thing. When I heard that yesterday and said,
she wasn't. It's not like she was Jewish because obviously, if the Jewish mother has the kid, she's going to be Jewish.
Right. Well, so you don't know her faith. She might have been an atheist or agnostic or something else, right? But still, the Catholic faith was something that the direct line from the Pope about what to do set her off.
Oh yeah,
exactly right.
Oh yeah.
All right. So 855-839-1210. Meanwhile, Henry's been even asking me more, like 6 o'clock this morning. Would you like me to try to book this guest? Where are the clips you had already gotten? And maybe it wasn't 6, it was 8. I don't know. In Charleston, he's like remotely programming more than when he's here even. It's amazing. I think we got to move to Charleston. He's up and roused and monitoring everything.
Not to mention the bumpers, the bumper music.
Exactly. Yes, he's very much.
Well, if DeSantis is in Arizona, I think Henry can be in Charleston.
There you go. It's closer, I guess. Yeah. All right. So 855-839-1210. Get in on the side. Something pressure-packed. We're talking about that vis-a-vis, and I haven't seen, let me know if you guys see what score she shot today. Kai Trump, who is a budding, wants to play pro golf. I mean, the difficulties breaking in. She's 18. I think she's a 1 handicap. She's pretty good. But you're playing against the best in the world. You got the Trump name. You're getting a spot because of that. Pressure's got to be unrelenting. So she shot an 83 yesterday, which isn't good, but it's not overwhelmingly bad.
I couldn't shoot an 83.
Well, right. Well, thank God they're not going to let us out there. Yeah. We'll see what she's shooting today, though. She won't make the cut, I don't think, in this. But it just gave us the idea to ask something. We never asked this before. Something where there's tremendous pressure. Mine was, Sully, I'm going to land on the Hudson. What about the co-pilot, though? Thank God the co-pilot had flown with him, knew his abilities. So as the co-pilot says, no, we're going to try to make it to the airport. Yeah, but the math tells us we will not make it to an airport. Yeah, but that's still the rational thing to do. Can you imagine in that moment saying, nope, I know we're kidding ourselves. We will not make it to the airport. So what are we going to do? Land on the Hudson. I got to say, even pilots have said just the sheer ability to visualize that and then pull it off is almost impossible to believe. So that's pressure. That's what we're looking for. Joe in South Philly. Joe, you're next on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom. Great show as usual.
Well, thank you, Joe.
And it also gives me a great headache listening about Mikey Sherrill. Dom, twice she accused Jack Citarelli of killing thousands of people.
Right.
Got away with that.
Well, and Joe, to that point, I think he ran a great campaign, but if I were advising...
Yes, he did.
No, but if I were advising in that debate, when she did that, accusing him of murdering people through opioids, you know what my stance is, and you got to have heart to do it at that moment. Tell the moderators, I don't care what the hell you ask. I'm stopping this right here, and walk toward her, and right there, go back and forth. You're not accusing me of that. We're going to get this straight. Yeah, but I'm not answering anything else until we get this straight. Force them.
Exactly right.
Force them to drill down on this for at least 5 minutes.
Exactly right.
And I think you could break her on
right.
that. You could break her down on that. That's what you have to do. That's the moment.
Yes. And the other day, she accuses Trump of running an extortion ring for his billionaire friends.
Right.
I mean, you go around saying things like that. They're lies. They're out and out lies.
Exactly.
You know, and she gets away with it. You know, Dom, by the way, the mayor-elect of Seattle, I saw a few pictures of her in the newspapers.
Yeah.
Dom, one word comes to mind.
Okay.
Gruesome. They'll be bankrupt in 6 months with her.
Yeah, Joe, thank you. Thank you, Joe, very much. Thank you. But it takes a lot in that moment with Jack. He did address it, but I'm saying, and we talked to Pat Dugan about this, and I think he learned the lesson when Larry Krasner brought up his wife. There are certain moments you live for, and you look around the moderator. I don't care what you ask. I don't care what you do. You're going to have me arrested. We're going to get this straight. And don't talk about anything else. The Gingrich approach. We're not going forward on anything. This is it. Yeah, but what about the sewers? No, we're not talking about that. You're accusing me of profiting off of murdering people. Now, he did threaten to sue her. I'm not sure if that ever went through. I'm not talking about suing. Just say, we're going to go through this chapter and verse right here. And that's it. You're not getting away with this, lady. You're just not getting away with it. What evidence do you have? What are we talking about? Murdering people. And then link it to what Democrats, what progressives do and think they'll get away. And they could be hitting the bell. The moderators could be saying, Mr. Chattarelli, I don't care what you say. I'm talking about this. You want to get in on it as a moderator? Ask another question. We're following up on this. You're not going to accuse me of murdering people because I had a publishing company. What jobs have you ever worked in your life where you made a buck other than your husband and the $7 million? We're not moving off this. Now, some people would tell you, oh, they're going to see that. The soccer moms or PhD moms, they don't like that. You know what? I think a lot of people do like it. I think a lot of people think, as I do in these debates, too many questions, not enough interaction. My job as a moderator, when I've done it, is to get them to go after each other on something important, not something trivial. And that's important when you can get away with calling someone a murderer because he ran a publishing company. That's exactly what she did. And I got to say, since she's won, she's gotten a lot worse. In every interview that I see, it's annoying beyond belief. I don't know if she'll reach the level of Phil Murphy annoyance, but she's annoying. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210, and we'll get you in. But at the end of another week, as they're still counting votes in Jersey, I am still stunned. I'll tell you, honestly, realistic. I haven't asked Rich this, but I think Matt Rooney is too, hearing him. A 13-point loss is just, it really, we have to fight despair. We have to say, you know what? Someday we're going to win in Jersey here. This just can't be this bad. But it was this time. There's no other rational reason for this. They wanted to get at Trump. They couldn't get at Trump. They got at Jack Chattarelli. And the Trump voter, low propensity voters, did not come out to balance that off. Somehow or another, independents may have broken for her in the end on affordability. We'll see. We'll see 6 months from now how affordable Jersey is once she puts price controls on the first day. 855-839-1210. Grab a line with Dom. First, though, let me remind you about my good friend, my personal dental specialist extraordinaire, prosthodontist, board certified, Dr. Robert Bentz. He has exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has now successfully challenged and completed her board certification, no small feat. And now with over 11 years of training, 33 years of experience between the two, it's thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz. Again, this is a patient comfort thing, more hours, more opportunity with another prosthodontist there to give you care that is unparalleled. And don't forget the general dental services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. It's a true family affair. They live dentistry. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did and call the Bent's Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Get that initial appointment. You can call them today, right now. Visit their website, Bent's, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com.
Dawn Stensland here with my secret to keeping warm while I'm hosting and reporting live on some of our city's biggest winter events and parades, thanks to my heat holder thermal socks, gloves, and base layers. 7 times warmer than regular socks, and they are great gifts with flannel or microplush comfy PJs, vests, and blankets. Heatholders.com. Free shipping with orders over $25. 15% off with promo code DAWN1210. Heatholders.com. Tell them Dawn1210 sent you.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Are debt payments keeping you up at night? Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans, it can all add up and feel impossible to keep up. If you owe $10,000 or more in unsecured debt, J.G. Wentworth may be able to help you and put you on the path to freedom in as little as 24 to 48 months. Imagine one affordable monthly payment instead of juggling multiple bills and creditors. We've helped thousands of people cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, and we don't get paid unless we reduce your debt. The more you owe, the more you could save. Call 877-CASH-NOW. The call is free, the consultation is free, and there's no obligation to sign up. Call today for your free consultation. 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Don't wait. Every day you delay could cost you more. Call 877-CASH-NOW today. Results vary, not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees 43%, 25% after fees. The choice to stop paying creditors is yours. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Zara of Trenton on my Twitter at DomShow1210. Pressure. Joe of Exton, if a parolee does not wear a necktie.
Right.
All right, you got to listen to the show to understand that one. The great Joe of Exton, he's in the bullpen.
He is.
He's ready.
He's ready to go.
He's ready to go. Pressure, Byzantine Empire. Now that's pressure. The Huns, that's pressure. All right, so that is the side question today. The Epstein thing, a little low. It'll heat up next week when we see the big vote. Again, I was surprised when Ryan McKenzie yesterday said, yeah, I'm going to vote to discharge all the information now. We tried the other way, it didn't work. I wasn't surprised with Van Drew. 2 out of 2. Are Republicans disloyal? I don't think MAGA people are saying that at all. I think they're saying, come on, we just got to get this out of here. There's nothing here with Trump that implicates him. Whatever the embarrassment is, we'll move on with it. But this continual drip, drip, drip is not the way to go. All right, let's go to Alan in Hamilton. Hello, Alan. Afternoon. What's yours today?
Francis Ford Coppola had the chance to make an even better movie than the first two, Godfather 1, Godfather 2, and Godfather 3. He even had the best actress at the time, Winona Ryder. But suddenly Winona Ryder got sick, and she had to leave the cast. And now the pressure point comes up for Coppola. Is he going to pick the right girl, or is he going to pick? He picked his daughter, and that was a weakness in the film. And so instead of being the best of the three, it was the worst.
By far. Thank you, Alan. I think it was more disastrous than just picking his daughter, but I like where he went. That was a good explanation. Now, Godfather 3 is just the best example of greatness falling off the ends of the earth. It really is. And I think there's a couple good things in there when they trap the mob figures in a hotel room and shoot them with a helicopter and wetting your beak. Using that expression more in there. But other than that, it is a disaster.
That's been a hotly debate, which one's the best one. One,
it's
2, or 3.
Godfather
That's
2 on this show, without a doubt.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
All right. By the way, our buddy Minnie from Texas has a new gravy song we'll be unveiling this next hour. That's pretty funny. Minnie, really, I don't know. I guess AI she used to do this. It is spot on, even though my people were not from Abruzzo. Even though she uses that line in there. But we have coming up Kim Ward. She's quite a character and is the president of the Senate. Is everything settled now? Everybody's happy with all that money coming off. I don't think she is. And there's some hidden stuff in this state budget with Josh Shapiro. She's next to lay that out. But we'll take more of your calls. We'll get a winner today and $50 gift card for Gallows. And John has another concoction of Dom's Money Melody.
Cursive.
Oh, this one's going to be fun today.
Yeah, okay. I heard a little bit, yes. All right, so all that, the big 2 o'clock hour on Talk Radio 1210.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-290-0497. That's 800-290-0497. 800-290-0497.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of 2025. 0% financing available.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
It is Dom time. Welcome in 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. The Trump administration message now on housing is echoing what Charlie Kirk was saying about this. Charlie Kirk talking about this crisis. We've talked about affordability and how that is turning people, a number of people, into the socialist camp and the like. All right, we're scheduled to speak with the state Senate president, Kim Ward. We're checking on that. Hopefully that what comes off. We'll have Dom's Money Melody for you, too. And again, I see two tracks here that the Trump administration has to go after. One, our grocery store prices. You can cite anything else that you want, and it's true. They made a lot of progress. Grocery store prices are so visible and just so every week you have to eat. As much as gas prices, they're the ones that people are going to see. The other, though, is a deeper issue. Younger people having a life, getting into that first home. They're talking about Kirk and that stat about the median age of people getting into the first home is 40 years. And I hear that every time I cite it to you. It's been cited in several places. It's almost unbelievable. That's the other track. That's a more longer-term track. And they're, throwing a number of ideas out there to make that more affordable, to get at the heart of it. Jeff Andrew the other day did a good job on that. So at least it's top of mind as we start the turn toward the midterms, that this is the issue that Democrats are going to want. Now, whatever is answered, they're going to bring up, what about this, what about that? But in the main, if we answer most of these, the American people are going to vote for Republicans. If we don't, they're going to vote for Democrats. That's what we're going to see. And these spasms of socialism, so far, they're in blue cities, Seattle, New York, places like that. But you're starting to see more and more of this bubbling out. And Mamdani is not going to make New York City affordable for the people that think they're going to stay in New York and they're not making a job that makes over $100,000 a year. You're not going to be able to do it. It's going to be rough. And people are already fleeing. One of the things I've been asked to do, I'm going to be on various shows, is talk about Mamdani and schools. How the socialist ethic says you can't have gifted and talented programs. That's not equitable because you have smart kids and you have kids that are not that smart. Well, can't be doing that. Watch for more of that. And he is going to be our ticket towards the midterms because everybody in the world, I mean, he's one of the most famous guys in the world at this point. To be the mayor of New York City, to be a communist, I believe he is, or at least a socialist, but more a communist. Well, yeah, that's big. I just see an answer, Mike in Bridgeton, that I was going to put in mind of what is pressure. Mine was Sully landing on the Hudson. Mike's answer is even more consequential because if it had gone the wrong way, it would have been problematic. That's today's side question. As we end the week, a couple things still hanging out there. 3 of them with President Trump. 1, calm down on the whole thing. Don't be approaching more congressmen to vote this week. Can you imagine if we have the Republicans stonewall and vote not to put out the Epstein file? That's not going to happen. Just on my show, 2 of them said, yeah, I'm voting to put it out there. And they're both loyal, particularly Jeff Van Drew to President Trump. Stop that. Trump has to pivot, too, to start to talk about the low propensity voters. They don't vote for anything else but Trump. To tell them, point by point, the midterms, what's going to happen here if they don't show up and vote. And the third thing, and he's doing some of this, acknowledge affordability is an issue with the American people. I'm not saying in every case the media is going to go overboard. We know all that. But people are looking at this stuff and saying things are costing too much. And these 2 tracks around it. And it can be dealt with. They're making progress in some areas. The tariffs, Besson and others are admitting, look, I give Trump, and the way I approach it is this, with the tariffs. I give him some flexibility. He was wheeling and dealing with them, doing a lot of things that were successful. But as an overall philosophy, tariffs are a bad idea. Now, maybe that's just my training, my schooling, my time in talk radio. I've never thought tariffs as a philosophy, an overall thing, not just here and there. That's going to enrich us. That's the secret sauce. Trump still thinks it does. And I think people like Besson are telling him, we got to do something. Take the tariffs off coffee here, bananas, citrus. You're going to see all kinds of things that are grocery store related, getting that out there. Let's say then, as we head into the Thanksgiving season, people sitting around, are you going to Thanksgiving on the trip? We had I got several emails today. You got Dawn's trip with Conservative Tours. If Roe and I do another one in the near future, you got to come on one of these trips. The best part of it are people that can let their hair down. They're conservatives. They can talk as they wish and not feel uncomfortable in any way, shape, or form. 20 of them told me that on the last trip. So at Thanksgiving now, some of the horror stories because of the antagonism with Trump of people not going on Thanksgiving. Is Thanksgiving going to be like that this year? Yes, it might even be worse. You know what you're going to hear, Epstein. You know what you're going to hear, you lost. You got killed in Virginia and New Jersey, etc. And all of that is going to be in play as we head into Thanksgiving. All right, if that's, Kim Ward, we'll go to her right away here. Just put her up. We have with us the president of the Senate in Pennsylvania, and always good to talk with her. That is Senate President Kim Ward with us here on the Dom Giordano program. Senator, I'll have to bring her up. President, welcome to Philadelphia. Kim, welcome back to the show. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Sure. Great to be here, Dom.
Well, you are the principal person I go to for all things. Josh Shapiro and also for his buddy. Did the budget end finally because the guy in Montgomery, Matt Bradford, signaled to him, okay, buddy, it's time to end this. We got what we want in the budget. What is it that made this budget come together finally?
So I think it was a number of things, but, the Republicans, we spent more than we wanted to spend here, right? But the policy that we got the governor to agree to and Matt Bradford to agree to was just, it's so good. It's so strong. It's going to help the economy here in the Commonwealth. We're going to unleash our energy potential finally. The permitting, the RGGI, those things that were holding us back, and they were making consumer electrical bills higher than they should be because the uncertainty with RGGI of not knowing, the governor had us in court trying to keep it going, not knowing what was going to happen. The companies were, covering their bets and afraid it was going to actually, the governor was going to win this. It was going to become law of the land, and everybody's rates would have skyrocketed all of a sudden. So this will bring certainty to the consumers on their electric bills, and hopefully they don't see a bunch of more big increases, because it's gone up substantially in the past 6 years since the Governor Wolf is the one that originally entered us into this regional green gas house initiative. So, and Shapiro kept us there.
All right, SEPTA. Now, here in Philadelphia, you know this. I mean, we had guys like Frank Ferry, who's just such a level-headed, nice guy, getting death threats. Joe Pittman is a guy I like having on. He's provocative. I could see that guy standing toe-to-toe with people, or you. But Frank Ferry even was getting it. And now SEPTA is just going crazy here, Kim Ward, that they're abandoning people. They can't run on time. How did SEPTA play out in the end of this?
So, we always have money in the budget for mass transit. What the Democrats are trying to do is get a recurrent stream of money. And I'm not saying that we don't need to do that, because we probably do. But we didn't have a recurrent stream of money to give them right now. I mean, we found all of our money to cover this stuff without raising taxes, without touching the rainy day fund, without touching the interest rate. We found all this money in as Joe Pittman said, the couch cushions of bureaucracy. Like, we just went in and took all the reserves. So SEPTA is, hopefully we're going to be able to come to ground on some kind of recurrent transportation so this thing can be over, because they're very dramatic, right? They need to do some things. We need a statewide prosecutor, because the DA in Philly and some of the other DAs across the Commonwealth won't prosecute crimes. So if we can do something statewide that covers the entire state of Pennsylvania under the Attorney General, it would be a very positive thing.
What is, I had Martina White on. She talked about a couple of education things that are pretty big. We still did not get anything. She said somewhat more money on school choice. I know that Josh Shapiro loves to bash cyber charters as if they're an evil enterprise. And I know, Kim, the reason for cyber charters here in Philadelphia, a lot of people are afraid to send their kids to school. Violence, bullying, etc. They've taken off. So how about on the education front? You put a lot more money into schools. I guess that was the trade-off.
So, of course, they did. Another 526 in that awful adequacy fund, which they keep saying that they were ordered by the court. We were not ordered by the court. The court never said we had to put more money, and the court said we had to have a fair formula. It did not say we needed to put in another $526 million every year that only certain schools get. But we did get the $50 million in economically disadvantaged schools, where so now kids can draw off of the EITC on one end and the other. So I do think that helps children.
Without a doubt.
Low-performing schools who don't have any money, yeah.
Now tell me, when you look at this broadly, after all this and all, what's the thing being underplayed here? What would you like to emphasize going forward? Particularly, is there anything that came out of this that's going to play out in the governor's race? And I can't tell you how impressed, you've known her longer than I am with Stacey Garrity, the more that I get to know her. What comes out of this that might play into it, Kim?
Well, so, the RGGI thing is a big deal, but I think it's a bigger deal on the Democratic side because they're really mad. And that could cause Shapiro some problems here. We're trying to figure out why he did it. One of my theories is he was going to lose in court, and he would rather come out on his own term than get smacked down by the Supreme Court. So That's one theory, and he'll probably come back and try something else.
Okay.
We know how he is. But that's gone for now, and that's a good thing. I think that's a great thing. And the permitting reform is just really something I never thought we'd see deemed approved, really. So now instead of 300 days, it'll take 30 days. And that's not for all permits, because it can't be any permits that the federal government has any part of. So it's like air permits, right? And it's going to help with our oil and gas industry. We may start seeing some power plants and things being built here again and letting us really go and become the Texas that we can be.
Absolutely.
Hopefully. I think that's being underplayed.
Well, I thank you again for coming on. Great work on this, and to be continued. Kim Ward, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dom. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
You have a nice weekend. All right, there's Senate President Kim Ward. You get in at 855-839-1210. But first, we got another all-star, Dom's Money Melody.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
All right, we're playing for a pair of tickets to see a Charlie Brown Christmas concert featuring the Eric Mintle Quartet, December 11th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Pennsylvania. All right, John, what do you have?
Yeah, so we were talking about pressure today, the high-pressure situations. Well, for the average person, it's your job, right?
Right.
So this is a cover of Dolly Parton's 9 to 5, and you're going to have to guess what language it is. So here are your clues. It's the language. This language is often associated with a religion, and it has an influence on the modern English language.
All righty, fire away.
All right.
All right, it is with that. I just saw something. Either she has or she soon will turn 80, Dolly Parton.
God bless her.
Yeah, it's
God bless her.
Stunning when you saw her at that Dallas Cowboy thing inside the, what is it? Not the Red Cross, the Salvation Army kettle was pretty amazing. She must have been 78 then. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Make it a win. See Charlie Brown Christmas. Get the belt for today. What language is that in? 855-839-1210.
Walter Sterling.
It's not because we don't want to go to sleep. It's not because we don't know how to go to sleep. It turns out many a brain, and there are many reasons for this. I'm not going to waste your time with the, what the possible syndromes are. But there, in fact, if you always are up last, or if you're really comfortable working the second and third shift, you and I have a different brain.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Dom's Money Melody. Hit us with what language is this classic being played in? Let's hear just a little bit of it. No.
This took a lot of digging.
All right, let's try. Let's try Bob in Cherry Hill. Bob, hi. What's the language?
Hi, Dom. Is it German?
No.
Okay,
No.
well, okay.
It sounds
You're ready.
like-
Not German. Okay, gotcha. Joe in Westchester. Joe, what's the language, Joe?
Hey, Dom, only because of the clues, the crazy
Yes.
guess, I'm going to say Latin.
That's a pretty good guess. All right, we'll take the winner off air and let you know when you got a winner. Any more clues here, John, you'd like to give?
Yeah, I think that if people didn't get it the first time, I should just kind of give them a little bit more of a nudge that way. A lot of Jewish people speak this language.
Okay. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in with that. You can call in. Kirk will get you. You'll be the winner. You have a great night, and you get the belt today with Dom's Money Melody. All right, you heard the president of the state senate making the case here of what happened. This Reggie stuff, in case you're wondering, what the heck is that? That's the California consortium that Pennsylvania signed into or was trying to sign into. That's extreme climate change stuff. And Shapiro gave that up, but he got what he wanted on these other things. And this governor's race, I can't tell you how important it is in several ways, one of which is to make sure that Josh Shapiro is exposed for who he really is before he runs for president again. Phone lines, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Mainly, we've been talking about today Tucker Carlson and this wild stuff. The FBI knows about Crooks, the guy who shot President Trump. In addition to that, the Epstein thing, I think, is coming to a pretty good point here of navigating this. 2 on my show yesterday. 1, Ryan McKenzie, I wouldn't have guessed it. So they're going to vote to release all the material this coming week, Wednesday, Thursday, when the vote comes up. And again, it's not about loyalty to President Trump or what Democrats are doing here. He ran on this. Release the file. Now, the suspicion was, and more than suspicion, some evidence, Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, Larry Summers involved here with this guy. But nothing that has happened here is going to be negative toward President Trump in the sense of implicating him in anything. We've already been through this. Let's not continue dragging this out. That vote will be, I think, overwhelming. Maybe 30 or more Republicans are going to vote to release it. All right, do we have a winner here that I should go to? Winner? Yes? All right, let me try Mike in Philly. All right, Mike, what's the language today?
How about Yiddish?
All right, is it Yiddish, guys? All right, Mike, you are the winner here. I'll put you on hold. Enjoy the Charlie Brown Christmas here. Okay, good work. We'll do it all again on Monday here on Talk Radio 1210. And the affordability thing has made its way to the top of the pack. About time. You're going to see more and more addressing of this as we move toward the midterms. Let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon from Stamford, Connecticut today.
Ah, okay.
It's a little chilly, but it works. So a few quick things. One, here in Newcastle, where I live, historic Newcastle, people are buying up homes and renting them out. So there's not much in the way of short-term or affordable. They're squeezing people into basically leases, rentals.
Yeah, well, Phil, what's happened to this part of it? Corporate America has been buying up homes and then jacking up the prices here. Yes, I don't know how we stop that there's anything illegal about that, but that's happening.
Yeah, and as far as the election, again, the writing was on the wall. They really could care less about the budget, little children starving. They wanted those election wins because, coincidentally, they caved right after that. And
yes.
with Shapiro, what is he doing at a Netflix ribbon cutting and other events out campaign for Cheryl when he should have been solving that budget weeks ago?
Well, that's why this race for governor is all important. All right, Phil, what's your side today? What's the pressure?
Not heavy duty, but it's pretty often when you go to parties or go out with people, when you're invited, you feel pressure to email, text, but thank them for including you or inviting you.
Oh, well, that's only manners, is it not?
I would say so, but in today's world, how many people learned manners? We grew up with them.
Well, thank you, Phil. That's why I was asking you if you feel pressure to email. It's just manners.
I agree with that. I was because I was trying to get some clarification, and it's just all about politeness and manners.
That's right.
So,
I don't think that's a lot of pressure.
No,
on
it's
that
not.
one.
No.
I can't fill in that one. I
him.
can't go with you.
You want to rain on Gen Z some more?
All
Gen
right.
Z has popularized the Irish goodbye.
Which is?
Leaving without saying goodbye.
Okay. All right. All right. 855-839-1210. Coming up, we're going to talk with Brad Snyder, veteran, who is part of this big connection to Toyota and your Philadelphia Eagles. Three prongs to that: veterans, Toyota, Philadelphia Eagles. The big game on Sunday night is around this every year. And in previous years, we've had veterans like Dakota Mayer on and others. And Brad will talk about a little bit about his service and connected to this and how Toyota and the Eagles go all out to honor veterans. Even though we're past Veterans Day, this is their annual attempt to continue to do that. One quick thing that Scott Presler sent me and said, hey, did you see this? I know I'm not on till Monday, but in the negotiations that happened with the shutdown, now many more hemp products with THC are being banned. Legal weed dispensaries are unaffected, but gas station, corner store, wellness store THC products will be under fire. So the legal dispensaries may not, but the others might be legal. But now this newly enacted intoxicating hemp ban will target any hemp-based products with 0.4 milligrams or more of THC in a single container. Hemp producers and retailers will have a year-long grace period before enforcement begins. It's a provision tucked into the funding deal that ended the country's longest federal shutdown. The ban was essentially impact manufacturers and retailers who deal with the hemp-based THC products like Delta 8, a less potent yet still psychoactive hemp product, and THCA, a non-intoxicating cannabinoid, until it is heated, which then it converts to intoxicating THC. Okay, so just passing on. Scott's concerned with, look, marijuana legalization is pretty popular, I think, even among Trump base. We've seen it in state after state, not yet in Pennsylvania, but it's getting there. And this kind of curtailment is going to be interesting how people deal with this and how they see it. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll talk with Brad Snyder, then we'll talk with you. Get a winner, $50 gift card coming your way this week. All right. Empty nesters. Are you seeing price-reduced signs popping up all over the place? It's because if your home isn't priced right or staged to shine, it's going to sit for months. Diane Giordano has been helping homeowners avoid these dreaded price cuts for years. She's got the tricks of the trade to make sure your home sells fast in days for top dollar. Right now is the time to get on the list of low-cost fix-ups for your 2026 sale and a copy of her new book, The Smooth Sale Method. She'll be signing copies at the Abington Firehouse on November 25th between 9 and 5 p.m. And I'll be giving out free apple and pumpkin pies to our listeners. I'll be there from around 4 until 5. So before you slap a for sale sign on your lawn, come to Diane's book signing pie event, get a free copy of her Smooth Sale Method book, and get a free pie. She has apple or pumpkin. Diane Giordano says, don't miss this. RSVP at getfreepie.com. That's getfreepie.com, or call 215-576-8666.
Quiet conditions remain in the forecast heading into the weekend. Skies become partly sunny today. It'll remain pleasant with less windy conditions, high up around 56. For tonight, a chilly night, partly cloudy, low of around 40 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, partly to mostly cloudy with a high a bit cooler at 52. Then some rain arrives at night.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Fall into savings on the Buick GMC lineup here at Barlow. Kick off your tailgating style with the new Sierra built for all of your needs. Find yours here at Barlow, stacked with huge discounts and rebates. Or fall in love with the Buick lineup starring the Invista, where luxury meets affordability. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. We'll come to you, get a winner today on the side question. But first, we had great stuff this week on Veterans Day, and the Eagles do it every year. It seems to be we have on somebody on Friday as they partner with Toyota and the Philadelphia Eagles. No bigger brand out there. Well, Toyota, worldwide brand, so are the Eagles, and a veteran and veterans in general for this Sunday night's game. And joining us is somebody who certainly has that status, and I believe he has medaled. Yes, he's medaled several times in the Paralympics, among other things. He's a native in the Maryland area. Joining us on Talk Radio 1210 is veteran Brad Snyder. Hey, Brad, welcome to the show. Thank you for your service, and thanks for your continued service.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for having me. Super stoked for the game on Sunday.
Yeah. So, Brad, you were an ensign in the U.S. Navy after graduating from the Naval Academy.
That's correct. Yeah, I graduated back in 2006 and shortly thereafter joined the EOD community, which is basically the bomb squad for the Navy, and deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan shortly thereafter.
We're talking today. We do a goofy thing in addition to the news of the day, Brad, a side question about pressure. And one of our guys said, yes, disarming bombs, that has to be tremendous pressure. My goodness.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I think as a young man, that's kind of what I was seeking. I saw posters up on the wall of guys jumping out of planes and blowing things up and thought, boy, that sounds pretty awesome. And had the great pleasure and honor to be able to do that job for about 7 years.
So, Brad, that's where an explosion resulted in your vision loss. And then you channeled that into being into the Paralympics.
Yeah, that's correct. On September 7th, 2011, I stepped on an improvised explosive device in Afghanistan. Very lucky to be able to walk away from that blast, but unfortunately, as a result, I lost my vision. By 2011, this was 2011, by then we had gotten pretty good at rehabilitating folks injured in combat, either Iraq, Afghanistan, or elsewhere. And so they were pretty quick, once I was making my physical recovery, to say, hey, have you considered getting into sports? And oh, by the way, might be a good time to do that because around then was a Paralympic year. The Paralympics were coming up in London. And I had been a swimmer for many, many years, a competitive swimmer. I was the captain of the team at the Naval Academy. Very proud for all you Army listeners to proclaim that we won all 4 years I was there against the West Point squad. So very, very proud to have been a part of that sport. And it was there for me, when I made this pretty major life transition. And as luck would have it, I had the opportunity to go to the Paralympics. And as you mentioned in the intro, I did actually win a few golds for Team USA at those London games and have won 6 in total across 3 games, London, Rio, and then Tokyo.
Yeah, and these are varied. It's not just swimming. You've won the triathlon in Tokyo 2020, and then in Wisconsin, the 2021 World Triathlon.
Yeah, it was an incredible journey. After Rio, I was in my early 30s after Rio, and swimming back and forth in the pool seems kind of silly for yet another decade. So I switched over to triathlon. The thing I like about triathlon is you end up somewhere different than when you start. Swimming, you dive off the blocks and you end up where you started. So you're kind of thinking, what's the point? Triathlon, you at least end up somewhere else. So I really enjoyed that aspect of it. Was kind of a dark horse going into Tokyo. It was an 8 or 9 seed. I don't think the world knew why I was Team USA's chosen rep, but then after we won, we were able to say, this is why we're here. We're here to win. And it was an incredible experience. My daughter was born shortly thereafter, and so I started focusing on dad mode for a while. Was on the bench during Paris. It was incredible to watch that go on, but now I'm trying to gear up, and I'm sure all listeners are aware we're bringing the games to LA in 28, so I'm going to try to be there and compete one more time.
Well, for listeners who don't know, I've seen it at the Jersey Shore, a sort of a triathlon. I think it's more mini. Is it a marathon? I ran a marathon.
There you
sort
go.
of. Not at your level, though. You would beat me by maybe a half hour or so at least, but I finished.
I mean, a marathon's a marathon, man. You get through that mile, those 26 miles. Great on you.
26,385. And how much is the bicycle?
Well, for para-triathlon, it's much shorter.
Okay.
The swim is 750 meters.
Okay.
The bike is 20K, and then the run is 5K. So all in all, it's a 1-hour race.
Okay.
Your marathon, you were working out a lot longer than I tend to race, but an hour race is what we do in the Paralympics.
Well, I admire that, though, what it takes, just the patience, fortitude, et cetera. So, Brad, who's your favorite Eagle?
I mean, I got to go with as an EOD guy. Our big movie for many years was the Hurt Locker, so I got to go with Jalen Hurts. He's my the Hurts Locker, as we say in the EOD community. I mean, there's a lot of debate about MVP, and everyone's always talking about Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. I think he doesn't get into that conversation because it's not as necessarily as flashy as the others, but he manages the game incredibly well, keeps control of the clock, keeps control of the ball, and a lot of people whine about AJ Brown's not getting the ball or whatever else. It's because you're managing the game. You're 7-2, and you're in a great spot, and you're potentially going to do what the Chiefs were a lot of mouth about, repeating like that, and you guys are just doing the deed. So I really appreciate what Jalen Hurts is able to do out on that field, and looking forward to seeing that happen against the Detroit Lions this weekend.
Absolutely. So enjoy. And Brad, again, thank you for your service and continuing in this mode, though, for Veterans Day. And again, impressive beyond belief. Thank you, Brad. Enjoy the game.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for having me on, and thanks for everyone for listening.
All right, Brad Snyder here on Talk Radio 1210. We were talking about that. John had picked that, a bomb. Well, he wasn't detonating a bomb. He was involved in it, but he stepped on an IEP and lost his vision. So congrats to the Eagles, their brand, and Toyota and veterans. You can't beat that for this Sunday night. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. This has been a good one. I'm not sure the leader. Roberts was pretty fun, but there were a couple of others that were really good too. Pressure. Kai Trump is somebody who have we seen his score for her today? If you guys can possibly look. She hasn't teed off yet. Okay, yeah. Yesterday shooting an 83. When you're a Trump, you're invited because of the notoriety and all. The LPGA is right to do that, puts them on the map. And an 83 given all of that. So it led us down the pathway to asking about pressure, being under pressure. What is pressure? Somebody hung, I wish I saw a winner here, a guy who called in and said Eisenhower on D-Day. And they asked Ike what would have happened. He said we had been thrown back into the sea. It would have been really bad. Just when you look at it, I have not been to Normandy. I want to go. But just looking, I've studied it enough, seen enough films. The enormity of being able to scale that where the Germans were really difficult and overcome, it's impossible to believe you can do that. It just defies bravery. etc. You guys have any scores?
Yeah, she got a 75.
75.
She's done for the day. She
75?
did way better than
75 is not bad.
difference.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good comeback. So she dealt with pressure. Now this man knows how to deal with pressure. Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what do you have today? Hi.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. When World War II broke out in Europe, America's initial reaction was to remain neutral. Then came Japan's surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, which so incensed America that she felt an intense pressure to retaliate, which in turn resulted in Oppenheimer and the hydrogen bombing of Japan.
Absolutely, Joe. That is beautifully told and it's sort of on brand today, not as complicated as usual.
Dug deep in the Byzantine Empire.
Okay, yes. All right, so here's the last roundup for the week. What we're going to do, get a winner today. We'll give you all 5 for this week, and then it's the luck of the draw if you qualify to get the $50 gift card to Gallows. Great seafood there. $50 goes along, and Harv's Burger Bar. So you have your choice, Jim Harvey. Say hello to him. One of our favorite spots for Roe and me. We always go there on New Year's Eve, for example, just looking down the road, but lunch, things of that nature. Really a great spot right at pretty much Ron and the Boulevard. All right. You do that by calling 855-839-1210.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2, and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Dawn Stensland here with my secret to keeping warm while I'm hosting and reporting live on some of our city's biggest winter events and parades, thanks to my heat holder thermal socks, gloves, and base layers. 7 times warmer than regular socks, and they are great gifts with flannel or microplush comfy PJs, vests, and blankets. Heatholders.com. Free shipping with orders over $25. 15% off with promo code DAWN1210. Heatholders.com. Tell them DAWN1210 sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh.
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that's what we call it, the lightning round. We want to get a winner here. We put them all into the hat. Your chance, jump in. You might make it at the 11th hour. These have been good today, though, on pressure. And you just heard a veteran talking about, my God, that pressure coming through, that loss, and still winning at the highest level. So good for the Toyota, good for the Eagles to honor people like this at Sunday night's game. Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom, on a personal note, I don't remember if you walked into Mulligan's, you said, is Robert L. Peters in the house? Robert L. Peters. And I approached you during the break at Mulligan's, and I told you that I had brought my costume of Lion Joe, Pinocchio Joe.
Yes.
And you said, okay, I got to put you up front. And okay, great. So I go outside, I put my suit on, put the mask on, come inside. Next break, you put me there, and you start to interview me. My God, give me a little bit of a heads up. I had no idea you were going to do that.
What else do you think we do? Are you just going to sit there and be
It was my first time ever being there live, and I'm like, oh, my God, I don't know how to answer these.
Well,
have a great weekend, everybody.
Well, Joe Biden didn't know that either. That was pressure. Thank you, Gary. Good night, everybody. All right, the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Earl.
Hey, Dom. I actually have an answer today. My answer is going to be Steve McCroskey. That's Lloyd Bridges' character from the movie Airplane. As they're worried about the plane, whether it's going to crash and the people are going to survive, the stress builds up, and McCroskey starts smoking, and he starts drinking, and he starts taking methamphetamine. And at the end of the film, he says, I guess I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue.
Good line. Thank you, Earl, very much. Zenos, always a trip in Upper Darby. Hi, Zenos. What's yours today?
Good afternoon, Dom. I just want to ask you one question. They're going to get rid of that Reggie thing for the electricity?
Yes, we will not be part of that Newsom scheme. Yes, it's gone.
That is great, because that guy was nuts. Wolfman Jack, he was crazy. Now the one that I'm talking about is Masada.
Yes.
Masada was, the Jewish rebels were held up there, and the Romans were starting to get closer with the ramp, which put a lot of pressure on the Roman general, and it put a lot of pressure on the Jewish rebels. So what did the rebels do? They knew the end was coming. They got so many men, and they slashed the carotid artery of each one of them until there was only two left, and simultaneously they killed each other. And to this day, Rome was robbed of a victory, and all the Jewish and soldiers, they get sworn in Masada.
I didn't know that last part, and I've been there. Well, I've been by there. Chef Dave in Oakland. Dave, what's yours?
Having to cut up a tree that's sitting on top of a live power line because you're a judge at the Dom Giordano sauce versus gravy contest at Mulligan's.
Beautifully played. And by the way, before we get out of here, Minnie has a new song, the gravy song for Dom. Be ready with that. We'll play that in a moment. Scott in Mount Laurel. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Dom. I think the Navy SEALs that went on that mission to kill Osama bin Laden, they had a helicopter go down. They had all these entry points that failed. They had a lot of problems. They somehow made it work, figured it out, and got to the success of the mission and did the job.
I'm glad you mentioned that. It wasn't easy. It had a lot of things you have to overcome. All right, Kirk, who did you like today?
I got us hands down because we're delving deep in history, but I'm still going with Robert from Ben Salem with the underpants, with the sweatpants. You got
funny.
it. Yep.
How about you?
I
John?
got to double down. Robert too. I got Robert.
Okay. It was very entertaining. Let's put him in there. Let's have a review of the week, and let us roll the dice, and we'll pick the winner. Start on Monday, please.
Well, on Monday, it was anything associated with Canada, and Joe from Columbus said Second City. Tuesday, characters from a military movie. Joe from South Philly said The Three Men from the Best Years of My Life.
Yes.
Wednesday, Dennis from Salem County. He was talking about the Norman Rockwell paintings. He said a detailed Christmas scene. Yesterday, Gary from Newtown, Lieutenant Dick Winters from Deadwood. That was his favorite HBO character. And today, Robert from Ben Salem talking about having to mess with your sweatpants while you have to go to the bathroom.
All right, let's roll the die. All right, do we have any? Okay, there we go.
Dennis from Salem County, you're our weekly winner.
All right, Dennis, enjoy Gallows and a pair of, pair of tickets twice. No, the winner of the week, Gallows, up there at Ron on the Boulevard with Jim Harvey and Harv's, unless, I'm not sure it's printed here twice. I'm not sure why. So Dennis will straighten that out. Just ask Walter afterwards which one it is, and that's what Dennis will get. I'm a little unclear. It's on the sheet twice. Okay. Now, Minnie is the world's narrative meme of great renown, and she put together a little bit. It's an homage, and I wasn't even thinking about gravy recently, but this is so good we got to play it. It's about a minute on YouTube, youtube.com/1210. Here's Minnie's piece on Dom and Gravy.
He's got the headlines, knows the scene, a Philly mind, shopping key, and news and views, a steady stream. But there's one thing he's loud about. You can call it what you want, make your case, but I'll meet you toe to toe, face to face. Call it gravy, not sauce, it's firm on the name. Pour it thick on the pasta. It's all the same. From the hills of Abruzzo to the streets of PA, it's gravy. It's gravy. No other way. He'll school you on the Constitution, discuss the latest resolution. But when it comes to marinara confusion, he's got a passion you can't ignore. He'll break it down like a talk show pro with a twinkle in his eye. He'll let you know. Call it gravy, not sauce, it's the real deal. Tomatoes and spices, the Sunday meal. From South Philly tables to suburban display, it's gravy. It's gravy. No debate, stay.
Thank you, Minnie. Thanks so much. Thanks to Kirk and John for producing.
Thank you.
And Henry, supposedly on a Sunday night playing back here. We'll see what happens on Monday. I know that Bill O'Reilly will be here. A lot to say about the Epstein matter. Have a great weekend. Rich Cioli ready to take you home 4 big hours. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And we'll see what happens Sunday night with the Eagles. But will be a great weekend together. What a nice week, too. And thank you to all veterans like Brad Snyder. Talk